Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice, and it might be a tough choice for Texas Longhorns football fans. Got some breaking news to open the show. But if you are watching us on the Texas Sports Unfiltered YouTube channel, please like and subscribe so that we can continue to grow. And if you're, please give your love and money to these incredible sponsors you see around our faces. They make it possible for us to broadcast to you each and every weekday. If you're listening to us on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app, please play along on the CODA Circuit of the Americas text line at 512-222-9328. Zay, Andre Cojo, who was getting first team reps with the Texas Longhorns offensive line in his battle with Brandon Baker to be the right tackle, went down with an injury on Saturday. And on Texas Football is reporting that it is a season-ending knee injury. That is crushing news because whoever did not win the right tackle job between Baker and Cojo, that person was likely to be the number 3 tackle. So the depth on the Texas offensive line takes a hit.
Brutal. Absolutely brutal. I mean, this time of the year, you kind of hold your breath, hoping that everybody could be healthy come game one. And we know this game of football is such a violent game. It's very unrealistic to have a season like Texas did in 2005, where they only had one player go out for injury, and that was our man B-Rob, who didn't even miss the full season. He just missed a couple of games. Everybody else was healthy on that squad, and it's just so difficult to do. And you feel for Andre Cojo because he was in the battle for that right tackle position, and who knows what would have happened if he didn't suffer this injury. Maybe he would have taken it. We've been hearing a lot of good things about Brandon Baker, and, heard Ethan Burke last week in his presser, how Brandon Baker's doing all the right things, getting proper rehab, working on his body, not only his game, but doing everything that it takes to be a professional and to be the best, to the best of his abilities. So to know that Cojo most likely will be out for the rest of the season, it hurts. And now if you're Kyle Flood and Steve Sarkisian, you got to start moving some pieces around and thinking for the future and life without Andre Cojo, however long that may be.
Yeah. This is just incredibly frustrating and crushing news for Andre Cojo, who's been grinding, putting in his time to make his bid to be a starter, with Cameron Williams moving on to the Philadelphia Eagles. Brandon Baker, who we talked about this a little bit last week, Brandon Baker a little lighter, if you will, at 308. Andre Cojo, big fella, 335. And Baker's we've got some stuff to talk about because there were some player interviews, and Brandon Baker's, he was a 5-star player coming out of Mater Dei High School last year, played 65 snaps for Texas, and is going to be a really good player. How quickly can he get there is the question, because as we all know, Texas Longhorns opened the season against the defending national champion Ohio State Buckeyes in Columbus. And today we learned the coaches poll has Texas preseason number 1, which staggeringly, apparently, has not happened before. How's that possible?
That's very surprising. When I saw that, I thought it was a typo.
Right. Texas, never before has been the preseason number one in the coaches poll. So I'm not sure about that. We can get into that. I did not have Texas number one even in my SEC poll because until they beat Georgia, I ain't moving Georgia off the number one spot. So, and they got to go to Athens. But, we'll take y'all's thoughts. Feel free to comment in the YouTube comments or on the Coda text line 512-222-9328. You said it. You kind of hold your breath, and it was about this time a year ago that CJ Baxter went down with the torn LCL and PCL. And then 6 days after that, Christian Clark went down with the Achilles. So you're trying to get through camp unscathed, but you're going to be physical at the beginning of camp. Then you're going to taper it back. The first 10 or so practices, gosh, maybe even 8, you're going to be physical. And then, like we said, by the end of camp, the week before game week, so the week of August 16th to 23rd, it's going to be primarily the second and third string guys making their case for the 2 deep behind the starters, who will be pretty much just going through walkthrough type stuff. So these are the days in training camp where you're trying to get through, and just tough news for Andre Cojo out of Mansfield Timberview. Again, a guy who had been doing everything right to put himself in position to win that right tackle job, and now we're waiting on confirmation from Texas, but it does not sound good.
Yeah, so much weight on a guy and his legs, when you're playing defensive tackle, offensive line, and you don't know how he went down. Was it one of those non-contact injuries? You would think that he got rolled up on just because of all the traffic that goes on in the trenches. Like, I remember last year, Oklahoma game. You remember this, Chip? Jake Majors gets rolled up on. Yo, it was like that was one of the darkest scenes ever, because you could hear it. Like, it was when Texas was already blowing out Oklahoma. I don't know which side they were on. I felt like they were on Oklahoma's side, because that side kind of drowned out a little bit due to everybody leaving because of the ass whooping. So you could hear Jake Majors from the crib. You were at the game. You could hear it on TV, him like scream in agony, like, and you're like, oh my God, please, no. And Jake Majors popped right back up, which just shows his durability is absolutely ridiculous. And, somebody tried to give him a hot five, and he hit the hell out of their hand. Like, damn it, that really freaking hurt, but I'm all right. So it happens so often where these guys, they're focused on their block. They have no idea what's going on behind them. And I have no idea how Andre Cojo ended up hurting his knee. I don't know. I saw somebody online was like, can we get rid of the turf? Because we've known that artificial turf to, when guys plant sometimes and try to change their direction, their foot gets caught, which is why everybody preaches grass nowadays for these football players. But we have no idea what happened. But yeah, like, you feel horrible for them. You feel really bad for them, man. What do you do if you're a coach in this situation? Because you got to practice something. Like, you just can't go into the first game of the season, especially in Texas situation, playing against the coaches poll number 2 team in the nation, Ohio State, raw dog, not practicing, not hitting because you're afraid of something just dramatic happening like what we heard about Andre Cojo today. Like, how do you balance that, man? Because again, if you're Sark, you know exactly what happened to CJ Baxter and Christian Clark last year. You were there. You remember exactly what happened. So going into this season, like, how do you do that? Like, there's only so much you could do. You got to prep your team and get them ready. But also, as a coach, you got to find that balance on, okay, I got to get them off their feet. I got to make sure everybody's rehabbing the right way and getting the proper treatment so we could go out there and battle for however long that we have to get ready for the season where, hey, there ain't no of those puffy helmets during the season. Like, it's all game. So it seems like an even tougher situation. Like, injuries always happen, but it just seems like nowadays, man, you really got to, with all the science and stuff, you really got to do whatever it takes to try to protect your guys so you can be as healthy as possible before the season starts.
Yeah. Yeah. And we'll get more details. I've got text messages out, who knows? But the, this is part of it. And this is why you recruit and go into the portal and add and continue to build the depth that Texas has been trying to build so that you can endure having guys miss time with injuries. But this is a tough one because the offensive line is already a question mark in terms of the chemistry and cohesion of those 4 new starters. I guess if there's a silver lining, it's that Brandon Baker will now, get most of those reps to get his chemistry and cohesion down with DJ Campbell, Nicole Hudson, and Neto Umazulu and Trevor Gooseby. It's also a wake-up call to Jaden Chapman, who can play guard and tackle, and Nick Brooks, the big 6'7", 349-pound freshman who is now suddenly in a battle with Jaden Chapman, most likely, to be the number 3 tackle for Texas this season. So it's going to be, yeah, we were just mentioning that. It's probably going to be, Jaden Chapman, who can play guard and tackle. Jaden Chapman was battling Neto Umazulu, also Nate Kibble, but Kibble is more of a guard. Chapman can play both. So what do the coaches think? Is it force feed Nick Brooks because he's the future, or do you go with a guy who's been in the program a little longer, who maybe has had more reps at both tackle spots? That will now become a storyline for this training camp. So I would look at those 2 names as the leading candidates to be the number 3 tackle. And the way that Kyle Flood does it, the backup to Trevor Gooseby will be the backup to Brandon Baker. So whoever it is, whoever the number 3 tackle is going to have to show they can play both sides, just like Trevor Gooseby did last year. So, but this is obviously it's a kind of a little UTSD flashback to the beginning of camp last year. And that also hit at a position where at the time, Texas didn't have a lot of proven depth. We found out Quintravian Wisner is a hell of a football player in the process of losing CJ Baxter and Christian Clark. Obviously now everyone's got to pick it up a notch, especially at that tackle position. And Brandon Baker can't relax. So I don't think he can relax if he's going up against Colin Simmons and Ethan Burke and Brad Spence and Colton Vasek every day in practice, but it's a position where this is not, this is not it's not a particularly deep position right now at offensive tackle.
If you're Brandon Baker, like you said, Chip, this ain't necessarily the time to relax. Maybe for a second, you're like, okay, now I'm the guy. Now I don't have to worry about, if I make a mistake, is that going to be to my demise of not getting this starting spot? Like, you're going to be able to make some mistakes, and Kyle Flood and Steve Sarkisian, they're going to get you through them and keep preparing you for the big game. But also, now the pressure's on, dog. You the man. This is your show. Ain't no looking back, seeing anybody back there. No, you're on your own. And you should want that as a competitor. That should be ideal for somebody in this position. Like, okay, now I'm the guy. I have to show everybody why I deserved it, and it wasn't handed to me because Andre Cojo got hurt. That if he was healthy, I would have won this position regardless. That's what I'm trying to see with Brandon Baker. And you're right. Also, like him and DJ Campbell, that's huge. I don't think people think about that enough when it comes to communication with your guard and your tackle, because we saw last year, as good as Cam Williams was at times, as good as DJ Campbell was, when it came to some of their communication, it was off. It was off a little bit. Not that they can't move guys, not that, they're not smart enough to figure it out. It was just off. And what some of these defenses threw at them, like Georgia, like Ohio State, it was confusing a little bit. Go back the year prior. Christian Jones and DJ Campbell, they were money. They probably made up for a lot of physical mistakes just because their communication was on point. So in these next few weeks, DJ Campbell, who is here on this contract season, he came back for this very reason. He came back to show people, yo, man, I could be a really high pick in the draft for a guard because I'm a really athletic specimen and a different type of cat out here. If I can get my communication right with Brandon Baker, and we could go ahead and push some of these big-time edge rushers and big-time defensive lines around in the SEC, then, hey, talk about get you some paper for both of those guys. So that's huge. That's a big-time positive. But, yeah, if you're Brandon Baker, man, time to start prepping like a starter. Not that he wasn't before, but now that you know it's basically your job, it's time to go out there and prove why I should have been.
Yeah. Yeah. So we're getting some comments about how Texas, got the number 1 preseason ranking from the coaches poll. It's the thing you probably don't want, honestly. But how about this? And I'll credit Saturday Down South, Connor O'Gara, who published this story yesterday, that the preseason number 1 has failed to win a national title 19 out of the last 20 seasons.
Good. Good. That's nice.
It is crazy. Texas has never been preseason number 1 in the AP poll or the coaches poll.
Who was that team? You said 19 out of 20. So there was one team that did it.
Let me see. Yeah, I'll have, maybe CB. But Texas has been number 2 in the preseason poll in 09, 05, 1970, 1965, and 1962. But since the preseason AP poll became a thing in 1950, Texas has never held that number 1 spot entering the season. So we shall see how this turns out.
I mean, you shouldn't be surprised. at all with the hype that Arch Manning's getting, all the guys that you brought back, especially on the defensive side. Like, this isn't surprising. You've gone to the college football playoffs 2 straight years. You got to the Final Four, the CFP. Like, there's nothing surprising about this. So I don't think it really knocks Texas off their momentum or the wave that they're trying to ride right now and building a national championship team this season. It doesn't knock them off that path at all. At least it shouldn't. You know what I'm saying? If anything, it should just make you play harder and prove everyone right. But yeah, I think this team is still humble. I think this team is still hungry. And you got that bullseye on your back, whether you're ranked number 1 or not even ranked at all. Which I saw that Oklahoma. This is the first time since 1999, buddy. OU hasn't made the coaches poll top 25. Now, I think they're at 26, but still.
Yeah, OU is going to be better than people think. Now, we'll see how they handle their early schedule in the Jackson Arnold Bowl and against Michigan. But we've been talking about it. OU's defense is going to be good, especially up front, I should say. Their corners are a question. And you lost Billy Bowman. You lost Danny Stutzman. You still have Kip Lewis. I think OU is going to be better than we think. But, man, Florida, this DJ Lagway situation is getting a little weird because his shoulder, it's not, is it soreness or is it injured? Because he hasn't really been able to get going in training camp. And we were talking about it over the summer that maybe he was throwing too much. He's got arm soreness, which can happen. So you rest for a week. And then you kind of build that muscle back up, and then you start throwing again. Well, here we are. And DJ Lagway is not 100%. And now people are like, uh-oh, is this going to be a problem that lingers into the season? Zay, I like DJ Lagway, but for a big, strong, tough guy, he's battling that injury bug.
He's also dealing with a calf injury. He was reported like a week or so ago wearing a boot. So, yeah, I don't know. That's not good. And you talk about the shoulder injury, like that's something that you got to keep your eye on. But I don't know. It's not like he's played many games. And
right.
We saw that he was hurt last year dealing with that shoulder injury and whatnot. So I don't know what his history was in high school. I know my main man, Bucky Gobble, would always say when he used to get guys back in the day and they would step on campus, he'd realize very fast how much their volume was in high school to where their bodies aren't as good as you would expect them to be. And if you're DJ Lagway, I don't know what that meant. I don't think he ran much. I don't know if he took many hits, but you never know. That one hit, that could be something that sticks with you for a while until it's fully healed. And sometimes guys, they don't admit how healed they are because they want to play so bad. So if you're Florida, you're Billy Napier, and you're trying to go about this in the right way, like this is Billy Napier's job in a sense. It's all on that QB. That QB staying is the reason why he's staying. So you better treat this with caution, dog, because this is DJ Lagway is Billy Napier's livelihood. And if he's not available to play, the Florida Boosters ain't going to care. I don't know what Billy Napier's buyout situation is, but if they struggle their ass off, aren't bowl eligible, which they should be, but without Lagway, who knows? I don't know who their backup is. So they might push Lagway out there before he's even ready to be back. And he ain't going to say anything. Again, he's a competitor. He'll go out there at 50% and try to compete and do something. But is that best for him? And is that best for the Florida Gators? A lot of questions in Gainesville.
Yeah. Yeah. Harrison Bailey.
Who?
Exactly. Senior Harrison Bailey. Apparently the backup to DJ Lagway.
Yeah, he don't want that smoke. He don't want it. Yeah. He don't want that smoke.
Florida opens with Long Island.
There we go. That's a good opening game.
So there's time. South Florida, then at LSU, at Miami, and then Texas. Yeah. That is and then at A&M. How about that 4-game gauntlet?
Yeah.
3 road games and 3 road games at LSU, at Miami, at A&M, with a home game against Texas sandwiched around it. So Florida gonna know, Florida fans gonna know real quick where the Gators are in the big picture.
If DJ Lagway's 75% in those games, that little stretch they have, they might go 0-3. And Billy Napier's out of here before Thanksgiving.
Wow.
Yeah. Yo, man.
Damn.
I'll
Doomsday.
I'm telling you, that seat, man, that ain't no seat warmer. That seat is burnt to a crisp.
What, so they can go get Lane Kiffin?
Maybe. Why
what do you mean?
There's worse people out there.
Lane Kiffin, he got 2 starters back on offense and 2 starters back on defense. He's got the least amount of returning production of any team in the SEC, but a man went to the portal.
Yeah.
Loaded up, got himself some new offensive and defensive players. So we'll see how he cobbles all that together. He had the dream portal team last year and lost to Kentucky at home.
That's tough, man.
In Oxford, in the Grove.
Yeah. That was rough.
Come on, Lane.
That was rough.
Got to quit tweeting that Haktua girl's dog.
Yo, that's a part of the recruiting process, though. You bring these guys in, you let them know, hey, you like Sydney Sweeney? We got about thousands of them here in Oxford. It all look like that. Come on down here. He'd be retweeting them and stuff.
Yeah, what's the joke? Miss America comes to Oxford to train.
Yeah. It's a good place, man. Beautiful place,
yeah.
Beautiful campus.
Have you been to the Grove?
I have not.
It's ridiculous. I went in whatever that was, 2013, whenever they played there.
Yeah, that was weird. Why did they play that game?
I don't know, but they won.
They did win. I remember that. Was it Marquise Goodwin going crazy?
Yeah, David Ash.
Yeah. I remember that.
Yeah, that Grove is ridiculous. I mean, if you're a guy, student at Ole Miss, you probably get whiplash walking across campus. So, yeah, whatever they're doing there. And then the Grove is just insane because it's one tent wedged next to another. And they got chandeliers in there. I mean, it's over the top. It's a beautiful campus. But man, it's hard to get to.
Yeah, where do you fly into?
You can fly into Memphis. You can fly into Arkansas.
Ugh.
Yeah. I flew into Memphis and then drove down.
How long did that drive?
Like, I want to say hour and a half.
That's not too bad. Because I remember back in my AAU days, there was AAU Nationals in Memphis, but we stayed in Mississippi and we just drove into Memphis for our games.
Hour and 23 minutes, it says.
That's not bad.
Yeah, it's like when you fly into Pittsburgh and go to Morgantown, or what we used to do in the Big 12. You fly into Memphis, and then you make the hour and 23-minute drive to Oxford, Mississippi. In the Grove. Home of Archie Manning and Eli Manning. They each have a street named for them.
Damn, Eli got one too?
Manning Way. I mean, they've kind of got their own little corner of campus.
I mean, as they should.
As they should.
As they should. What about Michael Orr? He got anything?
Ooh. Yeah, what's going on with Michael Orr?
Hold on. I heard that story is not as deep.
Yeah, he was suing.
Yeah, blindside.
He was suing.
Suing the hell out of Sandra Bullock.
Yeah, what's going on with that?
Yo, man, I'll tell you one thing. There's been a lot of good Sandra Bullocks over the years. Speed, Sandra Bullock. Miss Congeniality, Sandra Bullock. But blindside Sandra Bullock, which that lady ain't look that good. That might have been straight up at CB. You probably feel good with me saying this. That Sandra Bullock and whoever the hell the real blindside woman is, that might be worse than Matt Damon playing my man from Air. That might be worse than Ben Affleck playing Phil Knight in Air. That might be worse because I remember seeing them real pictures of the mom in Blindside. And I don't think the dad looked like Tim McGraw either. I don't know if they got that right, but they had to find good actresses, good actors, but nah, that wasn't it. Again, that's when they do the Texas Sports Unfiltered biopic and documentary, and they got Ryan Gosling playing you, and they got Michael B. Jordan playing me. Might as well. What the hell's the difference if those dudes are playing Air and Sandra Bullock's playing Homegirl? You know? Yeah, that was good work. Sandra Bullock. That was good work, man. I love me some Sandra Bullock. She still got her
run the dang ball.
Run the dang ball. Yeah, she still got her restaurant here in the ATX, I think.
Yeah, she used to have it downtown.
Yeah.
I hear it's good.
I wouldn't be surprised. It's Sandra. Come on. If you hate Sandra Bullock, you're just a horrible.
Yeah, she's. Oh, did I ever tell you this story? This is kind of my. So Sandra Bullock was at oh God, the Shady Grove. Okay. And she was sitting at the table next to a group of me and my friends, and I asked her to take our picture.
Wow.
Not to be in the picture, to take our picture.
Yeah, I don't know if that's dope.
And she did.
Crazy.
And she did. She's awesome. I think she's so cool.
So you didn't take a picture with Sandra Bullock at all?
Nope.
What is wrong with you?
I know.
What?
I think I'd had a frozen margarita with a Chambord sinker.
Yeah, man. You lost your mind. I'm taking a picture with Sandra Bullock. Sorry.
No, she's cool. She's cool.
Yeah. Like, G, you lying, bruh. They don't want that smoke. Don't let the whole Diego Pavia bootleg Johnny Manziel routine fool you. That's such a fib. I don't believe that one bit. I'm so over Diego Pavia. I wish the NCAA didn't grant him an extra year.
What's going on?
Because Mike G's saying stuff, which I've seen it too. I've seen it too. Vanderbilt fans on X Twitter, they very confident this year. They think that they could come in and play sleeper once again in 2025 like they did in 2024. I don't think that's happening. And Diego Pavia, he's the reason for that. Like, he gives Vanderbilt confidence, as he should. Like, knock all the whole fib stuff away. Now I'm speaking the real. Diego Pavia, what he's brought to Vanderbilt football, I'm not saying he deserves a statue, but they should highly consider maybe retiring that number. His stats don't show it. He's barely been there 1 year, but he makes them kind of relevant enough for me to take Mike G's a message and throw it out on the show, because I see it. I saw him at SEC Media Day. He had the earrings in. He had the bow tie. You know what I'm saying?
I like Diego, man.
A part of me likes him too. But a part of me is like, okay, bro, like, you're still Vanderbilt. Like, let's
that dude
back a little bit.
That dude has transformed that entire program.
Exactly.
Like, they've got some swag. They used to be the most boring doormat of a conference you could imagine. Then Diego shows up with his brothers who are wearing their farmer jeans with no shirts, partying it up during the games.
His clumsy ass mama falling down the stairs because she don't want to wake him.
But Diego, like at SEC Media Days, he's like, "This is me." And Clark Lee even said, I think the other players have kind of gravitated toward Diego, and it's allowed everybody to let their personalities shine through. And Clark Lee sounds like he's ecstatic. It's like, I'm so excited for this season. I'm going to savor every minute with Diego. And that construction on their stadium is done, although that stadium is still pretty janky.
So last year was horrible. It was horrible last year.
Well, I mean, it was like half the stadium, you couldn't sit in it.
Weren't you struggling when you touched down there to find where you were supposed to go?
Oh yeah, and they play the music so loud because their fans don't make any noise. They play the music so loud to kind of compensate for it that you're like, this hurts I'm getting a headache. So, yeah. But no, Pavia, look, they got 7 starters back on defense. They think they're something. Eli Stowers, the kid that he beat out for the quarterback job, and then Stowers turned into a monster tight end. Stowers is legit. The NFL likes him a lot, and they think they got something. So, Junior Sherrill, the wide receiver, but I mean, he threw for 20 touchdowns with only 4 interceptions last year. Like, he took care of the football.
Yeah, they play a unique style. Like, they kind of go back in time and play that option style, and he utilizes his legs in a way that you don't see each and every Saturday. So it's different. It could catch you off guard like it did for Alabama last year, where them Commodores, they had the ball for 30 minutes that game. I don't remember much. 40 minutes. That's what I remember. You asked me, hey, what do you think about that upset last year, Vanderbilt, Alabama? 30 minutes. Kalen DeBoer and his high-powered offense, they were barely on the field. They barely broke a sweat that day. 17-year-old Ryan Williams, he came back with a clean-ass jersey because he was barely on the field that day. And that's what Vanderbilt wants to do. They want to make it ugly. They want to make it ugly. But, again, nobody's going to be caught off guard this season. You're not popping out trying to scare folks. They're going to be prepared. And now Vanderbilt has to come down to DKR, see what's up. Yeah, I ain't worried about that game, man.
FYI, Ryan Williams turned 18, believe it or not, in February.
Wow, good for him. Good for him. Expect another big year for him.
Yeah. Yeah. How's Ryan Wingo? Ryan Wingo.
19? Maybe 20.
Is 19. Oh, my gosh. His birthday is 6 days after Ryan Williams, but he's a full year older. So there you go. Little trivia for your next tailgate. party. Ryan Williams, the young
football, Mike G. All right.
Okay.
Well, we gotta see it. No, Ty Simpson. Ty Simpson's hoping the same thing, Mike G.
Hey, Johnny Manziel won the Heisman just throwing it up to Mike Evans.
He did more than that. Let's not disrespect Ryan Swope. Please.
Okay. Yeah, Ryan Swope was good. He was good.
Ryan Swope,
but whenever the defense came crashing down on Johnny, he didn't throw it up to Ryan Swope. He threw it up to Mike Evans. Now, when he had time in the pocket or he was outside the pocket, he was looking for white chocolate.
White chocolate.
Light lightning, whatever they called him.
Did he have a nickname?
Yeah.
I don't remember that.
You played him in basketball. You said he was a nightmare.
Oh, he was a problem, but I didn't know he had a nickname. I didn't know if the Aggies gave him a nickname or anything.
Did he have jets on the basketball court?
Oh, my gosh. Yeah.
Burst?
He was the most annoying player one of the most annoying players I ever played against.
Why? Because he could get by everybody?
Yes, he was so athletic. And he was really skilled too. He was so strong. So the shots that he was hitting, he used to hit half-court shots like they were nothing. He always hit one against us. Always. He probably hit 3 half-court shots against me. And that just deflated my whole team every single time. We can't be fools.
At what point in the game was he attempting half-court shots?
They were always buzzer beater, to go into halftime.
Oh, wow.
Things like that were or going into the fourth quarter, time expiring. He just launches one from 50 feet. Nothing but net. I swear I played him at least 15 times as a kid. And he probably went 12 for 3 against me. I probably only got 3 wins in my time playing against the Westlake Hoops, man. He was always the reason why. He was always just flying around the court.
Playing D?
Yeah, man. I probably wouldn't have won many games. If he would have played basketball, CeCe's record against Westlake would be a lot worse. And thank goodness that was the positive for how good their football teams were. That certain guys would just stay football like Nick Foles and Ryan Swope. And then they wouldn't play basketball because that was their main sport, which it worked out for both of those guys pretty well. By the way, you saw your boy Nick Foles. You weren't here last week when we talked about it, but in the Arizona Hall of Fame, College Hall of Fame, your favorite guy, Nick Foles, man.
Hey, when he finished his college career, he had the highest completion percentage in a season in Pac-12 history. So, way to go, Nick Foles.
Well deserved.
Now he's pickleball champion.
Killing everyone.
Everybody's playing pickleball.
Everybody on the pickleball court.
Everybody.
He might take that more serious than his NFL career.
And he was Super Bowl MVP. What does that tell you?
Some guys are like that, man. Nikola Jokic. Have you seen the picture of him and the horses? Did we talk about that? I don't know if we talked about
that. Yeah, his horse won and he cried.
Yeah, his horse won and he cried. He bawled. And then you go back and look at film from his days or his championship that he won a couple of years ago, and he just got a blank stare. He just kind of this is my job. We won. Cool. I can't wait to go back to Serbia and be with my horses. But when the horses won, he crying. He looked drunk. He picking up the jockey, which is an easy pickup because they about 5'3", $105. So he lifting the jockey over his head and stuff, hoisting them, singing all those crazy Serbian songs that they love to sing when they get drunk and stuff. And it's dude, you're literally one of the greatest players to ever touch a basketball. And this looks like the greatest day of your life with your horses and your jockey. Some guys, man, priorities a little different than others, I guess.
Dang. Who knew?
Who knew?
Nikola wins a world championship in basketball, and he's like, get me out of here. His horse wins a race, and he's brought to tears.
Yeah.
Probably because he's wasted so much money on those horses.
What do you mean wasted?
Dude, that is the most expensive hobby imaginable. You got to feed those horses, train those horses. You got to hire jockeys. You got to get track time. You got to travel them. It is, I remember, I'm not even going to say who, but an assistant coach who
snitch on him. Snitch on, come on.
Who worked with Bill Parcells, who was like, Parcells would always say, I gotta break up with these horses.
Sean Payton?
No.
That's the first Parcells disciple that I could think.
You know Jim Rome?
I do.
He's into the horses.
Interesting.
You know, raising them, train. I mean, it's like, it's one thing to just go bet on them at the track, but you're trying to raise race horses. Oh man. I don't know. I don't get it.
These jokers got it though. It's not like,
oh yeah,
Sean Adams, he can't afford cheese on the Whopper. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
It'd be different if
we can afford it now. Don't go broke, Nikola.
Oh, he'll be fine. He's getting max contracts. You know.
Yeah, I mean, these contracts now, if you go broke off these contracts, man,
you got issues.
You better go track down those hangers on that you gave all that money to and say, yo, time to pay back. Why? What happened? I ain't got no scratch left. I gave it all to you. Well, that's your fault.
Yeah, that voice is crazy.
Oh man.
This just popped up on my ex Twitter feed today. Look at this wholesome picture. Texas basketball coach Sean Miller,
TJ.
The greatest player in Texas basketball history, TJ Ford.
I love that dude. Like, for real, for real. TJ Ford, that dude, he transformed Rick Barnes, and he did it right before VY did it for Mac Brown. It was amazing that those guys were on campus together. That was such a crazy time. Such a great, the golden decade of Texas athletics. I think we're in another one right now. We'll see how many, football, basketball, baseball, national championships. Because in the first decade, you had 1 for football, 2 for baseball, and a Final 4 for basketball. So that's the standard. Can Texas athletics get to that with the coaches and players they have on campus right now? You could argue. Is it harder to win a national championship now in football than it was in 2005?
No, because in 2005, if you were the 3rd ranked team in the nation, you ain't playing for one.
Yeah.
Now, if you're the 3rd ranked team in the nation, you get a bye. It takes more games in a way. So it's yes or no. Depends on who you ask. But I think it was a lot harder back then because you lose one game, you could be out of it.
Yep. And they started, they didn't start, but that season included a trip to Columbus.
Yeah. So in the caption this is on
20 years later, Zay.
20 years later. 20 years later. So by the way, before we get off this picture, in the caption it says couple of elite point guards. Was Sean Miller that good back in the day? Where'd he go? Because that was before my time, obviously. I remember some Sean Miller if he was that good. I don't remember what college he went to.
Sean Miller, he went to Pitt.
Okay. Yeah, that's where he's from, that area. I gotta see that.
He played with Charles Smith and Jerome Lane. Those were the good Pitt years. Yeah, man. He played in 128 games. He started every year of his career.
Okay, so for the early 90s, these are tough stats. 10.6 points a game, 6.6 assists. You're a solid PG if you're getting those stats back in the early 90s. Points were hard to come by. Assists were hard to come by. That's a rugged era where these coaches, man, they give you a lot more freedom. These offenses have evolved a little bit. You know, back in those days, that court was crammed in, compacted, jammed up, not much spacing. Long twos were a good shot back then.
He was the Big East Freshman of the Year in 1988.
Yeah, that's hooping.
Sean Miller.
That's hooping. And this was old Big East, like Patino, John Thompson.
Louis Carnesecca.
Yeah, man. Calhoun.
John Thompson.
Yeah. Carlissimo.
Rick Pitino.
Yeah. Oh, geez.
Providence.
Man. Yeah, that's a different Big East. Okay, Sean Miller, respect. I didn't know that he had that in his game. I didn't know he had that in his bag. I respect it. But shout out to TJ always being on campus, man. I still think he needs a statue outside the mood. Like, I don't know what we're doing. Maybe it's you have to win a natty, or like, I don't know. I feel like those guys that won the Heisman, Earl and Ricky, they got their statues. So if you win the
National Player of the Year,
was the Heisman for basketball. I get it. It's not as famous as the Heisman because football is way more famous than basketball. But what we waiting on? We can put the KD statue out there too. Kevin, I mean, you already named the practice facility after Durant, but TJ needs something. Jersey being retired, that ain't enough. That ain't enough. And I remember when CDC was asked this question a while back, and CDC was like, we got a lot of other things to focus on right now. He kind of brushed it off, which was true. CDC on the priority list at the time, I don't think TJ Ford's statue was on his mind. But now that things have settled a little bit, you got the new practice facility for football coming in. What else they working on, Chip? What else is the next thing? Is it something softball? I know.
Yeah, they're gonna do a little something. They're gonna do a little something with softball.
Okay, but after all that, TJ Ford deserves a statue, man. It's way bigger than Dwayne Wade's statue and Allen Iverson's too. Don't get those guys, whoever created that. That was an absolute joke. That was a disgrace how they did Allen Iverson. That statue looked like a freaking Oopa Loopa with braids. That was a bad look. We can't have that.
What did you think of the Pro Football Hall of Fame busts this weekend for Eric Allen and Jared Allen and Antonio Gates? I thought the artists did a good job.
Yeah, those are always good. Whoever does those are always money. Like, I always like how those go. Shout out to Antonio Gates. There's always that conversation about, is it more difficult for NFL players to go to the NBA or for basketball players to go play football? I think it's more difficult for football players to play basketball. And then when you try to talk about that argument, Antonio Gates is the first person that you need to point to. It's not, neither of them is easy. But Antonio Gates not playing a down of football in college and then going straight to the Pro Football Hall of Fame for a tight end, that's insane. That's it. Like, I don't think people talk about that enough. He's one of the greatest athletes ever. Like, that's just, yeah, I hooped in college. He's 6'4", 6'5", power forward. Of course, he wasn't going to the NBA. But he said, you know what? I'm pretty athletic. Let me just show up to Chargers training camp and see what happens. 20 years later, you're talking about Hall of Fame? Like, that's somebody needs to make a Disney movie on that. Somebody needs to 30 for 30 that. Because that's just like, you gotta be wired in just a way that we as normal folks out here couldn't even imagine. Like, how you not only to buy into what football brings from a physical standpoint, but mental. Like, it wasn't like Antonio Gates was playing football to where plays were familiar, the terminology, the vocabulary. He had to catch on to that. Like, he had to go study very complex playbooks and be ready, like audibles. Like, you're dealing with Drew Brees, you're dealing with Phillip Rivers here and what they're throwing at you. Like, you got to be able to go through that, buy in, make it stick. Oh, yeah, and also I have to go out and beat safeties like Ed Reed and play against linebackers like Brian Urlacher and Ray Lewis. And he did that so well that he got inducted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Like, Antonio Gates, one of the greatest sports stories you're ever going to find. By far. Not even close.
Yeah. Well, Antonio Gates played forever. That dude.
Yeah, no wear and tear, Chip. It's not like he played in college where he got beat up or anything. He just hooped. He just hooped. So he had basketball shape and brought it to the football field. Like, I love that dude.
What about Charlie Ward, CB, the world's greatest volunteer producer in the history of radio?
Same.
That dude was so slippery, and he fought on the basketball court. Like, he threw actual fists that landed in a player's face. Some of these busters are like, Charlie's like, like that Instagram reel that went viral of the hockey player beating up that fool on the golf course. He's like, I'm going to hit you again. Bam. Enough. I'm going to hit you again. Bam.
Yeah. No, Charlie Ward, he was a part of that Knicks Miami rivalry in the late 90s. Him and PJ Brown, they went after it. Good times, man. Good times. Good times. By the way, they threw another sex toy on the court.
What?
They threw another sex toy.
Was this one slime green too?
Yes, it's the same one. Same slime green.
Same teams?
No, different teams this time. I think it was the Valkyries again. But yeah. They're just, again, like, how are they getting into the arena? That's what I'm confused about. Like, first one, shame on you.
Tucking it in their sock.
The sock ain't gonna do it.
In some cowboy boots.
This ain't a freaking Slim Jim, man. Like, this thing's out there. Let's just say that. But come on, WNBA. WNBA is fun, man. I think they're doing a good job.
I know, you're into it.
I'm very into it.
Who's your team?
Minnesota.
The Lynx?
The Lynx. Even though they lost my cousin, Nafisha Collier. I think she got hurt. No relation, really. I'm just messing with y'all because we got the same last name. But she got hurt. She's like one of the best players in the league. I like Minnesota because they got those 2 lesbian girls that they call the stud buds that are the best. They're hilarious. That's what they call themselves. I'm not calling them that. They call themselves that, and they got like a podcast or something like that, and everybody loves them.
The stud buds?
The stud buds. Yeah, Courtney Williams and her teammate.
Isn't that team owned by A-Rod and that other dude now? Didn't A-Rod and that his business partner buy the Timberwolves and the Lynx?
Oh, that's how it goes. I know he bought the Timberwolves. The Lynx, I don't know.
Yeah, I think they got both.
Okay.
Look at A-Rod buying NBA franchises.
Yeah, Natisha Heidemann. Yeah, they're teammates. Combined, they're the stud buds. I love them. They had their WNBA All-Star Weekend a couple of weeks ago, and they like streamed it and filmed it live like the whole time. Everywhere they went, from the after parties to all the events to the all-star events, they went behind the scenes. And it's just like that's what they need to do. They need to have it like, which, gosh, I'm not trying to sound like an a-hole here, but y'all stick with me because there's been a lot of a-hole things said about the WNBA that I don't agree with. Y'all talking about lowering the rims. I am not part of that. Y'all, I heard Shaquille O'Neal talking about booty shorts and stuff. I'm not a part of that either. Don't put me in that category when I say this. Don't put, because I'm thinking about.
Just say it.
Okay, I'm going to say it, but I just want to make sure because everybody likes to twist up words, and now Zay Collier's the bad guy. That shit ain't happening. All I got to say is they need to have like a behind the scenes, like Hard Knocks. Or like SEC, even any given Saturday. They need to have that on the like quarterback. They need to have that for the WNBA. Like as the season goes on, like it needs to be a little bit more reality TV involved, and you got to have big names doing it. I know Caitlin, she would definitely be at the top of the list. Angel Reese put her at the top of the list, and a lot of these other terrific women out there. They need to have that. You know what I'm saying? Because these women, they're very interesting. Like, that would be dope. None getting into, like, the foul stuff. Y'all, because I know y'all be tripping. But also, they got relationships in the WNBA. Like, these women are dating each other on the same team. You remember that girl from North Carolina State? You remember when Texas lost North Carolina State 2 years ago? Elite Eight.
Oh, yeah.
They had one of the dark-skinned sister.
Yeah, the guard.
Her name. She's good, though. She could play. Like, yeah. Kind of like a 0.4 for them. She could play. She's on the Connecticut team. And her and Marina Mayberry, which is a pretty well-known player, came out of Notre Dame, also plays for Connecticut. They kind of in a little situationship right now. It's interesting. It's cool. It's different. You don't see that in any other profession, really, where the WNBA is allowing, they're cool with it, having relationships while being on the same team. Keep it professional, but they're somehow doing it. Like, we need to see things like that. You know what I'm saying? Because the WNBA, it's popping. The people who say it's not, y'all just hating, for real. Like, it is popping. It is interesting. I thought that.
Sophie Cunningham.
See, man.
Look, she's like
perfect.
She's like a black belt in karate.
Yo, people see her and they see Barbie and stuff. Yo, that ain't Barbie. She got like Tanya Harding in her. She's like the basketball version of Tanya Harding. Which I think she probably a better,
right.
The face card.
How about like a basketball version of Ronda Rousey?
Yes. Yes. That's
she
good.
Talks about how I'm not going to be dirty, but I'm going to take action that stops you.
Nah, she dirty.
Like, if you're coming to me, I'm going to chop you in your neck. I'm like, dang. Sophie Cunningham ain't messing around.
No, she dirty. I've seen her. She dirty. The way that she took out homegirl after Caitlin Clark got hit up, that was dirty as hell. But
Well, she was responding with dirty with dirty.
Yeah.
Right?
I agree. Don't mean that she wasn't dirty.
Okay.
They already had that game won and stuff. She knew she was wrong for that. But it's Caitlin Clark, though. Yeah, you got to protect the merchandise. Got to protect the breadwinner, the moneymaker.
Of course, the girl who instigated it all went to Ohio State.
What does that mean? Of course.
Ohio State, man. You just got to keep your eye on those Buckeyes because they will hit below the belt. They Looney Tunes. Bunch of hairless nuts.
Wow.
I can't believe I'm going back to Columbus.
It'll be different for you this time. Things have changed since 20 years ago. That was 20 years ago.
20 years ago.
20 years ago. Things have changed since then. A lot's changed.
Okay.
It's not going to be that same.
I'll certainly let you know. Man, I got some diehards that are like, they shove my wife. We're not going back. I'm like, dang. Who does that? Texas fans don't shove other people's wives.
Yeah, it's a little out of pocket. That's a little unnecessary.
They had to put out a letter. Hey, don't retaliate. In 2006, when Ohio State came down here, both schools' presidents were like, well, first of all, the Ohio State president apologized. That's how bad it was. And then the Texas administration put out a plea. Hey, don't retaliate. Let's show respect. I'm just saying. And if anyone wants to weigh in on the comments so that Zay knows I'm not just making it up, if you had some experience up there at Ohio State in 05, feel free to share. Because I've never heard of so many instances from different people who weren't even around each other. It was wild. And then the guy came up to me. I'm wearing all black. That dude's like, oh, you're from Texas. Yep. Whoa, I want to beat you. You never should have come up here. Blah, blah. The guy was so crazy. I was like, actually, I'm from Michigan. The guy's like, what?
But think about what led to that. That was a night game, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
So that was, long time to get a little liquored up, belligerent a little bit. Now it's a new kickoff.
Belligerent a lot of it.
Now it's a new kickoff. So that person right there.
That just tells you those fans were ready to fire Ryan Day after the Michigan game last year.
Yeah.
And then 3 games later, whatever, they're the national champs and the fans are like, that dude just won you a national championship, so you better take back everything you said or at least give that guy some love.
I think they gave him love.
Are you sure?
I mean, maybe not everybody, but majority of Buckeye faithful. Why wouldn't they?
Because they're losers. I mean, they're not losers. Like, they win a lot of games, but they're losers at life.
Golly. That state that you're from, man. I get it. You can't help it. You can't help it. That's why I don't say much. Whenever you go on these, I don't know, whenever you just go off on these Buckeyes.
Tangent?
Yeah, this tangent. It's deeper than just normal hate. Like, it's where you're from. It's in your blood. The water that you drank every day growing up as a child. Like, it's in there. So I'm not like,
Don't get me started on Archie Griffin being the only 2-time Heisman Trophy winner.
What does that mean?
He never should have won in 74.
Is that the second one or not the first one?
That was the first one.
Who should have won it in 74?
I don't know, but my dad told me there were some good people.
Oh, your dad, man, come on, man. I can't buy that. Okay, Dad, your dad was also
Anthony Davis, Joe Washington from OU. Come on. Anthony Davis of USC. Maybe it was 75 he shouldn't have won. 75. Oh, man. 75, he won it over Chuck Muncie and Ricky Bell. Ricky Bell. Come on, man.
That's
Ricky Bell, who went on to play for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
I admire the hate. I admire it. That is elite hating right there. I admire it.
What cracks me up is everybody's falling for that whole THE in front of Ohio State. That should never be said. That was the most, I don't know, ludicrous thing that ever caught on. Because the University of Texas, the University of Nebraska, like, how inferior are you that you have to like emphasize the? Just, you're Ohio State University. That should be enough. Why you got to say the? Like, are there some other universities in the state of Ohio that are better than you? Maybe. A lot of really good schools, like, you know, Kenyon and College of Worcester. Some good little liberal arts, Oberlin, some good little liberal arts schools in Ohio that are better than Ohio State University. I'm just saying.
No, the tangent.
You don't see other states going the University of Florida.
Yeah, because Ohio State did it and ran with it. You can't copy them.
Yeah, but why did we go along with it? Why do people do that whole? Why do they ever acknowledge it?
Because it's them. It's their own thing. Like, they made it their own thing.
It's pitiful.
According to AI, Google AI, it got popular in the 1980s.
Yeah.
Somebody just starts doing
nice fad that somehow stuck. Oh, man. All right. Give me your thoughts on give me like a couple things that are top of mind for you, and we probably should reset. Andre Cojo, who is battling Brandon Baker for that right tackle spot, has suffered an injury that's going to cause him to, I was told, miss extended time. They're still waiting on the MRI results for the final word, but he's going to be out possibly for the season, but an extended period of time at the very least, with an injury suffered in Saturday's practice. So that certainly hurts the depth on the Texas offensive line at tackle, and now opens the door of opportunity for Brandon Baker and for Jaden Chapman and Nick Brooks and some of the depth behind Brandon Baker to step up. And that's the big question. A lot of people are concerned about the 5 starters on the offensive line. I wouldn't say I'm terribly concerned, but it's a concern, especially going up against Ohio State in week 1. And then the depth, that's the bigger thing that everyone was concerned about, is the depth on the offensive line. Because now, if something happens to Trevor Gooseby, do you swing Brandon Baker over to the left side? Do you put Jaden Chapman over there? Do you play Nick Brooks there? This this accelerates the learning curve for a guy like Nick Brooks, because there's no doubt he's going to be an impact player for Texas, probably sooner rather than later. And now they put him on the fast track. All right, Nick, you're 6'7", 349. We need you to grow up instantly.
Yeah, don't forget about Daniel Cruz either.
Well, he's the center. He's the center of the future.
Yeah, but like we know that Kyle Flood likes to move guys around, so we just never know what that means.
Yeah,
I don't know if that's for tackle, but
I think Daniel Cruz. I think Daniel Cruz could be your starting center next year.
What the hell's Connor Robinson doing? What the hell?
I mean, he's there too.
Just
Connor.
chilling. Did he ever go get a shot at anything?
He's backing up. He's backing up. Cole Hudson. He's a redshirt junior, though. He's graduated. Smart guy.
Okay. Let me make sure I understand this. You say that Connor Robinson is backing up Cole Hudson, yet you already got him on the 2026 team getting replaced by Daniel Cruz. How's that work?
Well, Daniel Cruz is got that NFL ass. He got that wide B2 bomber ass. Like, his ass is a little wider than most. But, I think we'll see. But they like him, and he's in the pipeline at center. And you got Nate Kibble, who I think can hold up at guard if something happens to Neto or DJ Campbell. Jaden Chapman, if he's not playing tackle. Something tells me he's going to be working a lot at tackle. But look, Kyle Flood does a good job coaching these guys up. So,
word on the street, Christian Wilkins was telling his Raiders teammates before he got let go, you got NFL ass too. Now he's no longer with the team. I gotta find out what really happened there, man.
Christian,
come on, dog.
Come on, man. You gotta come on, you TMZ.
Yeah, you gotta come out with something.
Hilton.
That's a wild story.
I know you'll get to the bottom of Christian Wilkins.
I don't know if I want to get to the bottom of any of that story. That's for real. But
I mean, he had injuries too. Yeah. I mean, that was
that's what they saying.
And that's Oakland's like, quick, cut him.
Damn,
we don't have to pay him.
Oakland, Oakland, we going back. I feel you.
Vegas. Sorry, Vegas.
I feel you. Oakland, I feel you.
Pete Carroll, man. I just saw him on TV today.
Running. You see that stride? You see that body?
82?
He ain't that old. 82? He ain't that old. 73?
How old is he?
Probably 73.
73.
Yeah.
That dude still has every hair he was born with.
Now he doing something with that. That's Rogaine Plus or that's
they called him Hollywood when he was roommates with Greg Robinson at Pacific. And they called him Hollywood. Greg Robinson told me they called Pete Carroll Hollywood. He was so, he was the BMOC, man. He was the big man on campus. All the ladies at Pacific were wanting to get to know Pete Carroll. Ladies love them some Pete Carroll. He was playing safety in that Pacific defense. I don't know if they ever won a game. I don't know about Pacific's football tradition, but I know Pete Carroll and Greg Robinson were having the time of their lives because those two dudes were some good-looking chaps back in the day. In Pacific? Isn't that like right on the ocean or something?
Sounds like it.
I mean, come on, man. Pacific College, University, the University of Pacific? Hell, that's in Forest Grove, Oregon.
Oh, wow. I didn't know
If
that.
that's the same one, my bad. Forest Grove. Okay. All right. I'm learning something. I always thought, when I thought of Pacific, I thought of like Pepperdine.
Yeah, Cali. Yeah.
Pepperdine, that's where they used to have, you don't know nothing about this, but that's where they used to have the Battle of the Network Stars. They'd have Farrah Fawcett out there competing in some obstacle course with no bra on, and you're like,
Oh, wow. All right.
Farrah Fawcett.
Awesome, no bra on that. Sounds like a good sight to see.
Yeah.
What's that? Gladiators? It sound like gladiators. What the hell is that?
What?
Battle of the Networks.
Oh, that was crazy. So ABC, NBC, and CBS, all their top stars from their shows would compete against each other in like a Olympics type of, but hokey Olympics, like obstacle course, some crazy relays. And like nowadays, you'd never see that. Like all the stars of the best shows from each network coming to compete in lovely Malibu. Oh man, there was swimming. I was always like, is Farrah in the swimming?
Wow.
Come on, Farrah. Tell me you can swim. She's like, she's probably not putting that hair in that water because that hair was her moneymaker. She can't have it be all droopy and wet. She needs to be bouncy and blonde.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, that was more than you asked for. But
No, I asked for it. That's what I asked for.
It's worth the YouTube.
Okay.
It's worth the YouTube. It's bad television, but
yeah,
it was
what channel was it on with all those networks?
I think it rotated.
Okay, that would make sense.
I think they each got a shot at it. But yeah, it was like late 70s, maybe early, like 1980, maybe. I don't know.
Roy remembers.
But here's the thing. Oh, yeah. Roy's right on the money. Swimming competition was like a wet t-shirt contest and that deal. But like, this is the crazy thing that no one realizes about Farrah Fawcett. She was only on Charlie's Angels for one season. I think it was 1976. That was it. And they started replacing her and could never replace. She was irreplaceable. But they had Cheryl Ladd and all kind of Shelley Hack. Anyway, it's worth the YouTube.
All right.
It's so bad it's good. Put it that way. All right, let's get a couple mentions in here. Our incredible partners like Sleep Cycle Center for my guys who are snoring, keeping their wives up all night. Stop it, but do it for them, but do it for yourself too, because you've got the best treatment for sleep apnea in Austin at the Sleep Cycle Center. Dr. Chad Denman, who's committed his life to treating sleep apnea because it killed his own father when he was 60. And now he's got offices in Lakeway and at the Arboretum. Take advantage of this incredible deal while it lasts, because you go to sleepcyclecenters.com and tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. They're going to take $100 off your sleep study. So get in there, take advantage of this while it lasts, and you're going to get the best evaluation because Dr. Chad has the best technology. So you're going to find out exactly what level of sleep apnea you might have, and then all the best treatment options, including oral appliances, which I have, a mouth guard that holds your lower jaw open so that you get that oxygen while you're sleeping and get that good sleep. Don't delay, guys. Go to sleepcyclecenters.com and tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. You'll be glad you did. Hey, Cover 3, I was in Cover 3 yesterday. My man Tiger Brown was working the bar during brunch. right there, cover 3 Anderson. And the brunch is so good. Oh my God, the breakfast quesadillas, to die for. Get into cover 3. It's all night happy hour tonight. All night happy hour on Mondays. And you're going in for the food. The food is outstanding. The brick chicken and mac and cheese, the ruby trout, the Chop House burger. The Texas Monthly calls one of the best in the state of Texas. Right there, cover 3. Cover 3 Anderson, cover 3 Round Rock, cover 2 at 183 in Lake Creek. And don't forget, Tuesday nights at cover 3 is trivia night. For $24, you're getting appetizers, you're having fun, you got a chance to win big prizes. So get in there, 7 o'clock on Tuesday night. Sign up, go to cover-3.com, sign up for trivia night. I think you can have like 6 people on your team and you're playing for good prizes. Just saying. Cover 3. And our man Tom McKay, audiovisual consultations. He can set you up with the big screen of your dreams, and football season's right around the corner, kids. So don't delay. Make sure that you give Tom a call at 255-8678. Of course, area code 512-255-8678. He's going to bring you the best price on big screens. So you don't need to be going to some store, lugging 80-inch screens in your truck, punching holes in your drywall. Just call Tom. He's put big screen TVs in 3 different houses for me. He's put them in your favorite restaurants in Austin. He's the man. avconsultations.com. And it's big screen TVs, surround sound, electronic shades, surveillance, new lighting. Got you covered. 255-8678. All right, Zay. Texas is number 1 in the coaches poll. This means nothing. But it is interesting that it's never happened before. Texas was never preseason number 1 in the AP poll or the coaches poll. A program with as much, Texas is top 5 all time in wins, college wins. Never been a preseason number 1 before until now. And I'm not even sure that they should be, but it means nothing. It's just another thing for Texas players to ignore, for Texas players to disregard, for Texas players to stay focused on the job at hand, which in 26 days will be the Buckeyes, who are number 2, by the way, in the coaches poll. So you'll get a 1 versus 2 to open the season. There's a reason why that's going to be Lee Corso's last game, because I think his first game was an Ohio State game. But nonetheless, Lee Corso's going to get a 1 versus 2 game for his final ESPN game day. So just blow it off. Stay grounded. Stay focused. What would you tell him, Zay?
Easier said than done. Yeah, that's all you can tell them. Y'all haven't done anything. Give them challenges every day on why it doesn't mean nothing. And you got to coach them every day like they haven't done anything, because they haven't. And when your quarterback has that type of mindset and has had that mindset for a while, like every time you hear Arch Manning speak, he says again and again, yo, I don't know why I'm getting all this publicity. I don't know why I'm getting all this hype. I haven't done anything yet. I got to prove it. Keep my head down while doing it. So Arch's been dealing with it. Now the whole team, they have to have that same approach and mindset. And I think we'll see that. You should be pissed off from last year, especially playing the team that ruin your hopes of winning the national championship. And even though you got new guys, whether that's freshmen or guys in the portal, they're going to feel that too. You know, all the coaches, they felt that loss also. So now when you got this first game of the year, then the rest of the season, like getting back to that point and overcoming, that's the new goal. And, you know, Texas, they came out with their Tough All Day docuseries that Longhorn Network today, about 15 minutes. Y'all definitely should check that out after y'all are done listening to us at Texas Sports Unfiltered and Open Gym. But everybody's coming in with that, like, yo, we got a lot to prove. This is a new season, and the guys are locked in and focused doing that. You hear Anthony Hill talk about it, Contravian Wisner. Like, they have the right type of leadership to where this rat poisoning, to what Texas Rocks is referring to, like, you would see that this team could avoid that because they just have so much leadership within themselves, holding each other accountable. Mookie Taft is a part of that. So, yeah, I don't think this is an issue at all. It makes it fun to talk about. But at the end of the day, what you do on the field is what you're going to make your mark on. And I think this team understands that.
And real quick, I want to throw this in here regarding the Sleep Cycle Center. Sam Vincent says, yes, get it done. Saved my life using CPAP. Mouthguard, great idea as well. So thanks, Sam. Thanks for sharing that. All right, Zay, I look at this thing and I get the feeling, could be wrong, but I get the feeling that this team is hungry, that they have enough guys. You heard DeAndre Moore say, we've been to the college football playoff semifinal 2 years in a row, too many, in my opinion, he said. These guys are not satisfied, and I do think there is a connection on this team. Got to stay healthy. But I do think there's a connection on this team, and they do have playmakers at just about every level of the offense and defense, every position group, if you will, that they have a chance. They absolutely have a chance. And Arch Manning is going to have to be really good really quickly. But everything I'm hearing about Arch is that he is comfortable. He's operating the offense. He's operating it cleanly. And that the only questions going on at the quarterback position right now are between Trey Owens and Matthew Caldwell. So early good reviews on Arch Manning through the first 4 practices of camp. The team will resume practice tomorrow and Thursday, and then big scrimmage on Saturday. And there will be, sometimes they have tackled in that scrimmage in the past. They might just be doing thud tempo on Saturday, but we'll see. We'll see what Steve Sarkisian says.
Yeah, and that goes back to what I said earlier. You got to find that balance, man. Like, I don't know how these coaches do it. Like, how do you approach it? Because you want your guys to be as healthy as possible, but you got to go out there and put your team in game-like situations so when those moments actually come up in the game, they're not rattled. They're prepared. So, I don't know. Who knows how Sark does it? I don't mind whatever decision that he chooses. If he feels like he needs to hit with those guys, so be it. If he needs to dial it back a little bit to save their energy and their durability, then so be it too. But yeah, man, that's just such a tough situation this year. Like the Andre Cojo thing, I feel so bad for him because, again, this guy was fighting for the number 1 spot at that right tackle position. It wasn't given to Brandon Baker.
No, he was in the mix.
He was in the mix. Like, you're right there. So to know that your trajectory has altered a lot of bit because of possibly a season-ending injury, you feel for the guy. But if you're Sark, to avoid more of those situations happening, how do you handle the rest of training camp? How do you handle the whole season? Like that's the people ask why. Why wasn't there a spring game? There are a lot of reasons, but this is one of them. This is one of them, to avoid these season-ending injuries and the wear and tear on these players' bodies.
Yeah. Oh, Nelly. Jerry Jones says don't lose any sleep over the Micah Parsons stuff. Micah's showing up to practice. He's locking or holding in is the term, where you show up to practice so you don't get fined.
Yeah, smart.
Protect your money. Don't cost yourself money.
Yeah.
That goes for everybody, but especially for pro athletes, because they think it's just going to keep coming forever. Xavier Worthy.
Why are you saying his name?
Because he's burning through his money.
That was a rumor. Things could have changed from the time that you heard that.
I hope so. I hope so.
Nothing like a life-altering moment like he had this offseason
to
change your mindset a little bit.
Hope so.
Hopefully that woke him up.
Hope so.
I do too.
Hope it didn't send him into a shopping spree to get over it.
What if she was the shopping spree? Yeah.
I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
You've seen his Insta.
Yeah, he's a flashy guy.
You see his garage?
He's a flashy guy.
Like, he decked out his garage.
Yeah.
With murals of him playing football. I'm like, why don't you put that in your game room? Maybe he's got it in there too. I don't know.
Oh, man.
When you pull into his garage.
You don't like to let these guys live, man. You always think about the future.
No, I want them to live.
I
want them to have everything they've ever dreamed of. They've earned it. They deserve it. I just want them to have it. When it's like when football's over, I want them to have something.
Like their kids will be fine. Their kids need to go make their own money.
I hope so.
I work this hard for this money. Let me spend it how I please while I'm young. You know what I'm saying? If I need to buy this flashy,
how do you think Vince Young feels about that?
Who?
Vince Young. How do you think he feels about that?
Great. Him and Bob Ballou and Mac Brown, they got their podcast going.
Yeah, but he lost $30 million. I
ain't trying to hear that, man.
He took a loan for $1 million to throw himself a birthday party.
So, because he knew if I go back to Austin, Texas, I'll never have to pay for a meal wherever.
God, I hope that's true. I hope that's true because I love you.
That is true. I don't throw this money now because when I go back to the ATX, I'm good.
Yeah, but why not?
What?
Why not take half of it, put it in a trust that'll pay you for the rest of your life, pay your kids?
See, that's what you start worried about the kids and stuff. Like you do just enough to be a good father. You don't want to be like Anthony Edwards or Tyreek Hill or anything, but you do what it takes to be a good father. Besides that, this is coming from the same dude that was trying to kick my man Tiger Brown out after he graduated college. Come on, man.
Hey, he's here. He's doing good.
Exactly. Vince Young's kids.
But you think about these guys making millions, like throw $5,000 in a Roth IRA when your kid is born. Don't even tell them about it. Put it in your will. Hey, guess what? You got a Roth IRA account with $1 million in it. Why are you rolling your eyes? I'm trying to be financially responsible.
Guys, man, you're trying. These Bronny James is out here and stuff, man.
Bronny doesn't have anything to worry about.
Yeah, sure don't.
LeBron's smart. He looked at he went and met with Warren Buffett. LeBron is invested. LeBron is what I'm talking about.
I mean, he is arguably the greatest player to ever touch a basketball. So,
And,
I would hope so.
He's probably got all his money.
I agree. He probably lost money for Space Jam 2, though, or he deserved to lose money. There are some decisions that LeBron made that haven't been the best also, but I hear what you're saying. And, Texas rocks, I feel you. I feel what you're saying. But there's certain folks that don't live in the moment enough to when they're old and gray, they look back and say, man, I wish I would have done this. Man,
What you mean? These guys all live in the moment. They live in too many moments.
Some do.
That's why I love LeBron. LeBron's mom was a mess. LeBron never got into trouble. LeBron took care of her. He took care of everybody. And then while he's, growing up as one of the best players in the history of the NBA, he's meeting with Warren Buffett. He's investing in Hollywood. LeBron is unbelievable. I can't say enough good things about LeBron.
Oh, he is incredible.
And he's investing in spends $1 million on his body so that he can continue to play basketball at 41 years old.
Yeah.
You kidding me? Your prime is 25 to 31. He's 10 years past his prime and he's still playing like a guy in his prime. When did Jordan shut it down?
Like with the Wizards, I think around 40.
Okay.
I think he was 40, but those, the Wizards days.
They aged him in dog years.
Yo.
I know Wizards they're better
days,
now.
Texas rocks. I love you. Wizards days, that was a rough time. Also, LeBron's number 1 in all-time scoring and number 4 in all-time assists. There's an argument. It's all subjective. That's fine. There's some days where I'm like, it's Mike. There's some days where I'm like, it's Bron. Just depends on how I wake up in the morning. But yeah, I know it's hard for some of y'all to believe.
Okay, let me ask you this, Mr. Right Call. LeBron's career scoring average in the NBA, I believe, is 30.1.
Damn, really?
Maybe not. Let me double check.
Probably like 27, 26.
But what does he care about legacy?
Yes. Hell yeah, he does. Yeah, he does a lot.
Okay, 27. Sorry, 27.
Damn.
27.0, but I think his playoff scoring average is 30.1. Yeah, so his scoring average in the playoffs is for 9 years in Cleveland, it was 30.1. His 18 years in the league, in the playoffs, it's 28.4.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Yeah, during his prime, it was 30.1. But does he is this his last year?
It should be. I would make it last year. 23 years in the league. You're number 23. I'm making his last year. He for sure cares about legacy. That's why he's breaking all these records and playing long enough to break them. He's still productive.
Yeah.
He's still really good. Like that, I thought JJ Redick made some really bad decisions for that Lakers team when they were playing in the playoffs this past year, played against the Timberwolves. What they lose 4-1 in that series. You remember he was barely playing Jackson Hayes, Texas.
Yeah.
Like, what was that? How dumb was that? Like, why are you? He's your only big. He's the only big man that you have. Play him. Like, I just don't see what happens, but you're not giving them an opportunity. So. And they had fat Luka then too. Luka now, Men's Health Luka, which is crazy. The fact that Luka Doncic is on the cover of Men's Health, that's like putting Hulk Hogan on the cover of Jet magazine. Like it's insane. Like it doesn't seem real. It doesn't seem real. But here we are, which I think that's
Dang, that was good, Zay.
I appreciate that. I appreciate it. But it makes you – I don't trust that Luka health stuff one bit either. I think he's going to get right back in America like he always does, because this is what Luka does. During the summer, he goes back to Europe. They eat a lot cleaner than we do in America. That's a fact. And then his body gets right. He comes back to the States, and except in Dallas, where he was eating chips and queso and brisket all the time, now he's in LA eating their fine cuisine. So we'll see if this sticks. But that Lakers team last year, it definitely wasn't Bron's fault. I was watching that series very closely. Like, Bron, he was doing some stuff. He was making some big-time defensive plays. He was making big-time offensive plays. But also there were times where father time crept in, where you're like, okay, if this was Miami LeBron, this would have looked a little different. If this was second stint Cleveland Bron, he would have looked a little different and really put on his foot on the gas in certain situations, to where, as good as he is, he can't do that anymore. He can't take it up to that notch that I don't think we've ever seen any basketball player take it to, even with Michael Jordan playing. Not saying that when Jordan took it to a notch, Bron's notch was better, but it was just different. So he can't do that anymore, but at times he can. But after 23 years, like, and who knows, like, him at year 25 will probably be better than 85% of the league still. It's just
he averaged 25.4. He averaged 25.4 points per game in the playoffs last year.
Yeah, well, you'll take that.
While shooting 49%.
You'll take it. You'll take it. And he had to change his game for Luka. Like, he's had the ball in his hands his whole career. Now he's the second option. And he was still averaging 25. He was still making an impact on the game. It's just that dude from Duke couldn't figure it out with his rotations. And JJ Redick got completely outcoached by Chris Finch too. That was JJ Redick, which nobody talks about coaching with basketball. Name one coach that LeBron's played for that's better than Phil Jackson. I'll wait.
I mean, Spoelstra's pretty good, but he's not Phil Jackson.
He ain't Zen Master. Kidding me? Zen Master, he had the sage going around, man. This dude was coaching while having Jenny Buss back at the crib, making flapjacks. You kidding me? Don't ever talk Phil Jackson with me, man. Phil Jackson's a GOAT. Right up there with Pop. Right up there with your boy Chuck Daly. Right up there with Pat Riley. Probably better than Chuck Daly. Definitely better than Chuck Daly. But Phil Jackson might be the greatest coach of all time. Made life a lot easier for Michael Jordan. Coaching. Sorry, people. Coaching comes into play for these guys' legacies too. So, yeah, I thought JJ was awful. I thought he was awful in the play. He could get better, though. Doesn't mean he's not a good basketball mind, but I still, and maybe this might be my Texas fan bias, I still have a huge problem with him playing Jackson Hayes barely 8 minutes a game. Like, that's stupid. That doesn't make any sense. Like, I'm going down with Jackson Hayes at least getting 25. Because that pick and roll game with Luka and Jackson Hayes and LeBron and Jackson Hayes, how do you guard that? Jackson, come set the screen, roll to the basket. We got two of the best lob throwers in the league from a really good lob catcher. And then just try your best playing defense. You're guarding Rudy Gobert. How difficult is it? You're not out here guarding Giannis. You're not out here guarding Joel Embiid or Nikola Jokic. You're guarding Rudy Gobert. I think he can hold his own against Rudy Gobert. Like, I just, JJ Redick, he's going to have to improve on things. If he does that, and if Luka could stay skinny, we'll see. The West is tough, though.
Man, I still can't get over Jeannie Buss and Jay Moore's living arrangement. So they got married in 2023. Jay Moore, the actor, comedian, Jerry Maguire, he plays Bob Sugar. They live in a building with 3 units. Jeannie lives on the top floor in Unit 3. There's someone else who lives in Unit 2. And then Jay Moore lives on the bottom floor in Unit 1.
I
And
live in Unit 2. That would be fun as hell.
they say it keeps it fresh because they're both busy, but when they get together to see each other, it's special.
All right. Sounds like a good get to me. I bet you a lot of these husbands out here would love to live in their man cave and barely see their wives.
That's terrible.
Oh, that's not.
But probably true.
Probably true. I couldn't speak on that. Not me.
Right.
Not
Neither
me.
could I.
I couldn't do it. But a lot of men, I'm sure, out there, they would love to do that.
All right, let's get to the right call.
Let's get it. Let's get it. Before that, though, I got to give a shout out to Covert Bee Cave, family owned and operated, been around for 100 years, and they've been killing it. New, pre-owned, doesn't matter. Covert Bee Cave, they are the best, and the customers always satisfied, and outstanding service is always there. Just ask my man Daniel, Marcus, Jerome, the crew, and everybody out here at Covert Bee Cave that hold it down for the great customers like myself, who's been in the Covert Bee Cave, and my wife, who had a lot of questions, had a lot to talk about, and going to buy her Covert Buick Bee Cave vehicle. And we got it, the Buick Encore GX. Absolutely love it, 2024 edition. And couldn't be better for us. And you can be like us too. If you want to see all the latest specials and inventory, go to covertbcave.com and check that out. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Yo, you talking about Genie Bus, Troy? Because you kidding me? Come on, man. Come on. Go look at that Playboy edition 91, where she was filmed in the Forum, the FedEx Forum, legendary, butt-ass naked, Playboy. Chip knows. Chip's been in the mansion. Chip know about that Playboy, man. That's a classic. You're muted.
I tried to get into the mansion. I couldn't get into the mansion.
Right. That's right.
But I was outside at the mansion.
Yeah.
Where they were having the big old parties, you know, the grotto and all that.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Good times, man. Good times. All right. So this is a petty, very interesting beef that I didn't think that I would see this weekend, but here we are. I bet you never in your life would expect a Dez Bryant, former Cowboys wide receiver, former number 88, and a Nicki Minaj beef. Nicki Minaj, legendary rapper, singer, pop star. They got beef right now. And it's weird because where did this all come from? So Jerry Jones, something happened a few years ago when Dez Bryant was trying to negotiate a new contract. And I don't know if Jerry mentioned Dez Bryant's name when talking about the hold-in or holdouts for Micah Parsons. I feel like he did because it made Dez Bryant tweet out something about Jerry Jones, better keep my name quiet. It's not smart to mention me. I've kept quiet about a lot of things, and I could really—
Dez said this?
Dez said this, yes. I'm paraphrasing a little bit. And I could air out some things. Y'all don't want me to go there. So Dez Bryant's agency is Jay-Z and those dudes at Rock Nation. Rock Nation, they put out a tweet the other day saying in 2015 at the 21 Club on a napkin, Jerry Jones, Juan Perez, which I want to say that's one of the agents in Rock Nation, Sean Jay-Z Carter, and Stephen Jones negotiated a 5-year, $70 million deal, which included a $45 million guaranteed and a $20 million signing bonus for Dez Bryant. At the time, it was the second largest contract for a wide receiver in NFL history. The claim that Mr. Carter, Jay-Z, or Roc Nation representatives did not return a call from Jerry Jones is not only a false statement, but a comical one. Roc Nation just put this out this weekend. It's been 10 freaking years, but they felt obligated to do this. I don't know if this is because I don't know who Micah's agency is. I don't know if it's with Roc Nation or anything. I don't think
it's David Mulligetta.
Yeah, so I don't think he has anything to do with
Athletes First.
Okay, but I'm sure people are tight in this industry. I'm sure they're tight enough to where they might be doing Micah, giving him some help on this situation. Like, yo, Jerry, you've been known to do some slick stuff before. It happened 10 years ago with this Dez Bryant situation. You need to chill. So I don't know. Very interesting. We get to that later.
Well, that's coming to the forefront that Jerry likes to negotiate with the player, not the agent, and feels like he can, because Jerry's a businessman. He feels like he can sell his side of the story to any player.
Right.
But like Dak's agent wouldn't allow this. Todd France and Todd broke Jerry. $60 million a year for that garbage.
Yeah, okay. Always got to throw a shot at Dak, man. Somehow.
Hey, I'm happy for Dak. $60 million a year. And throw interceptions in the playoffs. That's awesome. All right, go ahead. Sorry.
All right. Anyways, so Nicki Minaj decides to comment, which this is where it takes a turn. This is where it doesn't make much sense. So Nicki put out a tweet that said, "Hey, it's Nicki Minaj. Like, we know who you are. We can see that it's the tweet." She goes, "How about we play a game? ? Football emoji. Every time you do a Jerry Jones or NFL story time, I'll do a story time of my own." And then she puts like the memes of the guy from Saul, the old ass man, and then the cloud of Saul, like, let's play a game. Come play a game. You know what I'm talking about? The horror movies. So Dez is confused. Nicki, she starts to put out tweets about like just Dez's or just her problem with Roc Nation. So Nicki has an issue with Roc Nation. Don't really understand why, but she's putting out tweets to hate on Roc Nation, says they have an alleged racist that's working for Jay-Z and them named Desiree Perez. So she doesn't like them, and they just keep going back and forth in a way. Dez is like, I don't want any problems. And then this is when Nicki crossed the line. Nicki was like, Dez, you need to basically shut the hell up. You beat your mom as an adult. I've never heard this story before. I never heard. This is the first time I've ever heard Dez Bryant and his mama getting into an altercation or a situation like that. But it struck a nerve. Nicki Minaj's husband, current husband, like 30 years ago, beat like a sex offender charge to where a lot of people don't believe that he should have beat it, but he's out living freely. He's married to Nicki Minaj. Life is good for him, even though 30 years ago, it wasn't so good for him. So Dez brought that up. Then this is where it concludes, but also this is what I'm talking about. This is where the pettiness at TMZ comes into play. Nicki goes on to say, I will bet you $10 million, Dez, to fight my husband and have my husband beat your ass. To where Dez Bryant says, bet. If you make that in cash, I will beat the hell out of your husband in front of you and take that $10 million. So
are they trying to get on the same undercard as Adrian Peterson and
That's
that.
what I'm saying. Now I'm like, okay, is this scripted? This is looking very WWE, which I'm intrigued. It's very petty. Dez Bryant, Nicki Minaj beef, like, yeah, to what Troy's saying, Jay-Z supposedly owes Nicki Minaj money. Again, Rock Nation, that's Jay-Z. That's the agency that's Dez Bryant's a part of. So they got beef too. So Dez is like, I'll beat the hell out of your husband, Nicki Minaj, for $10 million in cash in front of you. That's what I'm trying to see. If we could get that going, where's my man Don King? Where you need him? Like, that's a Don King type of situation. But yeah, man.
Stay tuned.
Stay tuned. We'll keep y'all updated if we can. Appreciate it.
Let's bring in the fellas. Patrick and Matt, the open gym.
What's up, guys?
What's happening?
What's up, fellas?
What's going on?
Oh, just trying to make sense of it all. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I cannot understand why Dez Bryant just can't, take a week, maybe it take a step back, relax, enjoy things. Like, he's always trying to start something with somebody. I guess he's just trying to stay relevant. I don't know. I would pay to watch that though, for sure. 1,000%.
You know what's crazy, Matt? It seems like it wasn't even Dez's fault. Like, Dez was trying to clear the air about Jerry back in 2015, which I don't know why he chose to do this now. I guess it has to do a lot with the Micah Parsons thing. But Nicki Minaj came out of left field and started this beef with Dez, which she pushed some buttons. She pushed some buttons and said some things. If you're Dez Bryant, I feel you, Matt. You should probably lay low, but some of these guys can't do that.
He's
that
never
escalated
been that type.
Quickly.
Yeah.
Hey,
very quickly.
We will be back tomorrow. Y'all have a good show.
See you guys.
Later, guys.
You guys, appreciate you as we roll in here. My internet is cutting in and out right now. Sorry about that. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. I do not know why my internet is cutting in and out right now, but it's going from Wi-Fi back to connected to Wi-Fi to connected. So I don't know what is happening in the other room right now. But it's how this day's been going so far. So if I cut out, I apologize. We're trying. Trying to figure out why it's cutting in and out on me. Let's Matt, did you have a good weekend? Did you have a good time this weekend?
I did. Spent some time with the girlfriend's family and just a good old family weekend type of deal. Nothing crazy, but it was a good time. I do think that I'm coming down with some sort of flu or virus or something. So this is going to be my 98 Jazz game. Like, this is my flu game. I'm going to try and power through and do my best.
So you mean you were up drinking last night, gambling till like 6 o'clock in the morning, and then had to wake up to play a game, and then you blamed it on something else?
No, I actually have the flu. So we'll say Dirk versus the Heat then. We'll say Dirk versus the Heat.
That's better. I like that better than give Michael Jordan credit for his known gambling problems that had. It could have been food poisoning. It could have been food poisoning because he was out late. But the fact is, he was out late. We all know he was. It's like, well, I got back to hotel like 4 or 5 in the morning, and then suddenly I was sick the next day. I don't know what happened.
That's always what he did, though.
He did a lot. You're not supposed to do that during the NBA Finals. Most people frown upon that. But
I remember hearing a story that he went to go play golf, ended up playing 36 holes, drinking like 18 Bud Lights or whatever on the golf course. Then 2 hours later went to like Atlanta or wherever they were playing that night and put up like 40.
Yeah, that sounds about right too. That does sound about Michael Jordan numbers. Because when he was just running on adrenaline, he was still like, and that offense and everything about it was so set up to thrive for him. Like, that triangle offense really worked in a way of like, just basically, all right, when Michael's out, he's not going to play much defense. he's basically just going to come around and you guys set screen for him and he's just going to take shots. So that's more of what he would do. And then if you just did that, it's kind of like Larry Bird stories. Like if they were just going to set screens for him and try and get him open, and then it's just Larry Bird going one-on-one with guys, they're just too good. They were too good back in that day because that's not how defense was played. You're supposed to be up on guys. So if they got a step on you, you're pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, I still don't understand the technicalities of the triangle offense because I was kind of before my time. But I always wondered if Michael Jordan had taken care of his body the way that, Kobe had taken care of his body or Dirk took care of his body in the later years, how different things would have been.
Well, and the reality was he could have kept playing. Like the reason he stopped playing was because the Bulls fired Phil Jackson.
Yeah.
And he was like, they're going to rebuild and they want me to use the last, Kobe at the last years of his career was on a failing Lakers team.
Yeah.
Michael did not want that. He did not want to go out as a guy. He's like, I could either walk out being a guy who won championships like 6 out of my last 7 years I played. 6 in the last 6.5 years I played, I should say. I could either be that guy or I could come back in a lockout shortened season on a rebuilding team with a new coach. No, I'm done. We're not doing that. We're walking away. We're going to go ahead and take away the greatest, one of the greatest players of all time thing. And I'm just going to walk away with that. And then he just was the greatest of all time at that point. And no one was going to debate it anymore. Let's get into it today, though, Matt. Big show, lots coming out over the weekend. More notes from camp, some good, some bad. We've got a little bit more to get into in college football. We'll talk some NFL updates as well. We'll get more into Micah Parsons and Jerry Jones saying more weird things, and Jerry Jones just trying to piss off everybody, and how much of this is just Jerry Jones and how much of this is now becoming more and more of a problem. We'll get into all of those things as we continue on with the show. Remember, you guys are part of the show. The Coda text line is open, 512-222-9328, or you can hit us up over on the chat on Facebook, Twitch, X, or on YouTube is the best way to do that. And whatever you guys want to talk about, your questions, comments, concerns, anything, throw those in there. We try to get to everybody on the chat as well. But Matt, we'll start off with the big news that came out earlier today that Andre Cojo, who is in that right tackle battle with Brandon Baker, is a knee injury and will be out for the season. And so one of the bigger, probably the biggest position battle that we had talked about, and the questions and all that is now somewhat solved. But it does take a hit to an offensive line that is a big question mark this season in a lot of places. We're talked about their, if they're going to be nastier, if they're going to be more pass pro, are they going to be ready to go? And you lose a big guy in Andre Cojo, who's been working his butt off to get to be for a chance to be the starter. It's not like it's the end of the world because Brandon Baker is a really good player as well, and he was expected to be the starter before Andre Cojo kind of made a push for it. But where does this leave you now with this Texas offensive line with, now you lose somebody who is at least going to, be your backup tackle for left and right tackle with Andre Cojo and be like your third tackle in there, or, versus where you were at earlier with, now you're sitting with nobody really. Your backup role becomes a little bit more questionable, and Brandon Baker's your guy.
I mean, yeah, it's certainly a blow to the competition. I kind of wanted to see this competition go all the way through to the end, just to push the guys to be the best of themselves, sort of in that in the pursuit of that starting role. But obviously Brandon Baker's the favorite now to land that job, and it's the depth becomes an issue. I think probably you see Nick Brooks or Jaden Chapman kind of move over into that backup tackle role. Maybe they still let Nick Brooks compete for that, job with Brandon Baker or Chapman as well. But I feel like it's obviously it's probably Baker or bust now at this point. But you got some decent depth. Chapman's played 32 games, I believe, at guard and tackle. And Nick Brooks has been blowing everybody away at camp. He's a super big guy, 6'7", 350 pounds. He's competing for that number 2 left tackle role behind Trevor Goosby. So, perhaps you can deploy him on both sides of the field. But, at the end of the day, this is still a major blow. Andre Cojo had a chance to start. He's a talented player, and this was probably his best opportunity to earn playing time so far in his career. So it's really a blow to him as well to have it cut off early in the season. But, this marks the second year in a row where we've had a pretty critical depth injury for the Texas Longhorns, knocking somebody out for the season. Last year it was running back with CJ Baxter, obviously, and Christian Clark. Now it's Andre Cojo. So it's certainly not what you want to hear, after the first few days of camp, that's for sure.
Yeah, we actually got someone on the text line that says, how do you feel about Texas having another player go down in camp for season-ending injury? Back-to-back years that's happened. It's unfortunate. It sucks, but it is not necessarily that odd. We're in a world where injuries are getting more and more common. We're in a world where we see in the NBA players going down with Achilles injuries a lot more. The way these guys train now and the way they get so hyper-focused. Sark talks about him wanting to play multiple sports. There's multiple reasons that for competitiveness, but also playing multiple sports means you typically work on more muscles in your body, use more muscles. So it kind of helps you out a little bit more. And one of the theories of why so many more guys are getting hurt now is because of hyper specialization. And especially in baseball, they're pitchers are blowing their arms out because they don't use their arms for anything other than pitching. And so it's this hyper repetitive, super repetitive, it's just all that. And you don't have any other muscles. So there's nothing to compensate when one kind of goes down. It just, everything breaks down. For the injuries like Andre Cojo, it's a big dude who's probably put on a ton of muscle and mass in a year or 2 years. And, you just take a step wrong sometimes, and it happens. You can't really prepare for it. If you want to say, let's turn down the aggressiveness, let's take it easier, I just don't this is how you train for championships. And so you're going to have some casualties along the way. You want to try and make it as few as possible. But at the end of the day, this is kind of what is going to end up happening. And so there's not a ton you can do in the grand scheme of things to stop just anyone getting hurt. But I think, it's really going to be a big pushback on, I think, how aggressive this offensive line can be. I think they were pushing them to be a little bit nastier. And, I think with the running back room last year, you were saying with CJ Baxter, that maybe they were pushing them to be a little bit, nastier and trying to fight through and find those couple of extra yards. And when you do that and you're trying to get a team to be tougher, sometimes guys get hurt because you're trying to get them to be tougher. And it feels like, as much as that sucks, what's your other option? To just hope it happens? To go say meditate on being tougher? You just have to get those battle scars a little bit. So as much as I hate it, I wouldn't change it.
Yeah, I mean, depth issues are depth issues, and they are what they are. And this is going to provide this team an opportunity to rally behind it and figure out some new things. It's gonna battle test Nick Brooks super early in his career, probably more than he would have been tested before, because now he's kind of your default number 3 tackle, and he's a true freshman. So this is going to be a huge learning situation for him. What happens if Brandon Baker goes down with God forbid, but Brandon Baker or Trevor Goosby go down within the first, couple series against Ohio State? You're going to have to slide a true freshman in there and see what he's got. So you're going to have to make sure that you're preparing this guy like he's the starter, like a lot in the way that, Arch Manning was prepared last season as he was the starter, really over the last couple of years. Because if something happens with Quinn, you got to be put in there. In this situation, if something happens with one of these other two guys, it's probably going to be Nick Brooks. He's going to have to go in there and go up against some elite players. So it's certainly going to be a learning curve. It's certainly going to be, provide some adversity. But at the end of the day, this is the best defense in college football, more than likely. They're going to test these guys. They're going to, iron sharpens iron kind of a deal. We're going to get in there. We're going to push these guys to be their best, and we're going to send them up against the best each and every day in practice, and hopefully that'll help them be ready for the season. But we'll see what happens. If they overcame a huge running back injury, 2 huge running back injuries really last year, and still made it to the college football playoff. Hopefully they can do the same this year with the injuries at right tackle.
Yeah, and I think if you want to compare the injuries from last year to this year, the one you're going to compare the most is that they're both younger guys, that they were both guys really trying to step up into a new role. So you couldn't take it easy on them. You couldn't really just say, oh, well, you'll figure it out as we go. Like, you need every snap of this to be ready to go for day one. Like, you have to be ready. So I don't know if there's anything you can really say other than like that's just part of the game. That is part of what it is. You don't want to necessarily have too many issues with the young guys, but that's where you are. A veteran, maybe, like, you look at it and you go, if this was an injury to a guy who's a 4th-year starter, you go, well, that's a little bit more surprising because they don't need to push him like that. And he doesn't necessarily have to be, so intense in practice that he's trying to fight for this role. I think we saw with CJ, and you want to go, man, that guy was working his butt off. Andre Cojo, every report we've seen, everyone you talk to is like, that dude's working his butt off to get there. So you hate to see it for the kid, but that's the only way he's going to be ready. You play Ohio State week 1. This is a big game week 1. So you're going to have to be able to go out there and put these guys through some stuff and put them through the ringer.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're going to do. It helps that Colin Simmons is lining up along, opposite them in practice, and Ethan Burke and Anthony Hill and Brad Spence and Trey Moore. All of these guys are really going to test them early in practice. And I believe they have a scrimmage on Saturday. So you're really going to get a look at how these guys handle adversity against this defensive front. So we'll see what happens. Last year all it did was help Trey Wisner, emerge as a star for Texas. Maybe it's a similar situation for Brandon Baker now that he's forced to step up and be in this role. Maybe he emerges as a star because his back's against the wall. They don't have another option. There's a lot of positives you can, or I don't want to say positives, but a lot of silver linings you can take away from this potentially if Texas can kind of make the best out of the situation. But it's certainly going to be some adversity either way.
Speaking of some other young guys on the field, we've heard more good reports out of Grayson Littleton that he's been doing more and more first team reps there at the star position. And so seeing that lets you believe that Grayson Littleton could have a much bigger impact on this season than we originally thought. As one of the bigger freshmen, I also saw that Dalen McCutcheon has been kind of figured in now. They figure he's going to be in the place of DeAndre Moore's backup in this. So some of the snaps that, we kind of talked about this a little bit more, that Dalen McCutcheon seemed to be the guy who maybe understood quickest the best way to get on the field is the same way DeAndre Moore figured out, which is replace Jordan Whittington. So Dalen McCutcheon is now in the same path of, okay, well, DeAndre Moore could be going after this year to the NFL. So let me go, learn everything he's doing, and I'll be ready to go next season and have a big impact.
Yeah, so I'll start with Littleton. I just continue to hear impressive things about this guy. He's as a true freshman, being able to step into or potentially step into a starting role on one of the best defenses in the country in a position that's really critical to that defense as well. I think that's a huge deal, and it says a lot about this kid. I know Chip was raving about him before SEC media days, and that just has kind of shown in camp. So good on Chip there for being the first one to point that out. But it's certainly interesting. I've also heard that they're working out Michael Taft at that star position as well, and so they're going to maybe throw a couple different things at you there and see what sticks best. I have a hard time imagining Taft doing anything but patrolling the middle of the field at the current moment, just because I'm so used to seeing that. So that would be difficult for me to kind of absorb, but it would certainly be an interesting wrinkle being able to have Jelani McDonald and Derek Williams and Michael Taft all out on the field together. You could also slide Jelani McDonald to the star position, but you hear all those names, and then Grayson Littleton's also getting first team reps, which just really says a lot about the kid being able to step into that position with those guys. And then in terms of Dalen McCutcheon, I just continue to hear very impressive things about this kid. I mean, he's got the same body type as DeAndre Moore. He's got the same skill set as DeAndre Moore. It seems like he kind of has the same, quick brain as DeAndre Moore, and like who better to sit behind than DeAndre Moore, who sat behind Jordan Whittington to kind of learn that role. I'm not surprised at all he's putting himself in a position to kind of step up and be a legitimate part of the offense. What that ends up looking like, I'm not exactly sure. Is it a situation where he just comes in for a few snaps a game, or is it a situation where he rotates with DeAndre Moore? It depends on how much he progresses. I imagine in week 1 against Ohio State, it would be about 95-5 DeAndre Moore. And then maybe as we get into this, these other non-con games, and you kind of see a little bit more Dalen McCutcheon and see how he handles the speed of the game. But, it speaks to the number 1 ranked recruiting class that Sark brought in and how impressive it is. And, it's great to hear because it sounds like the future of the program's in great hands.
Yeah, Michael Terry also been hearing a lot of good things, that he might be the guy that we talked about in that wide receiver room that is just too talented to leave off the field. And you're just getting more reports like that dude is just special. So, we heard Sark talk about how he's adapted to that position and that it feels like feels pretty good about it. So if we're there, if he's ready to go, then you'll see Michael Terry get out and at least, get some snaps, and we'll see if they can use him. And it could be in the same position as Ryan Wingo got used in some was like end arounds, and like, let's just put the ball in this guy's hands and see what happens. Those plays could be happening for Michael Terry, maybe screen passes, things like that. A lot of times you kind of use to just see if we put the ball in his hands, what does he do with it when we got him there? We're not going to necessarily try and trust him to be downfield and, perfectly read it and, play for a jump ball with Caleb Downs in the safety position. We're going to maybe not push him that far, but we'll try and get the ball in his hands. Be interesting to see. Did you get any other big reports out of this weekend of Texas practices and what else you saw?
Well, I mean, I want to touch on Michael Terry just a little bit too. The idea of it just, I think you hit it right on the head with Ryan Wingo, that kind of comp where he's just too good to keep off the field, use it in jet sweeps, screen passes, reverses, those kinds of things. They're very easy to learn, very, very, adaptive to his skill set. So I would love to see him get on the field as soon as possible because I think he's the most intriguing recruit out of the entire number 1 recruiting class that Texas brought in this past season. So the sooner we get to see him in live game action, the better. But in terms of the other things that I've heard, CJ Baxter continues to look like he's ahead of schedule, and he's, looking a lot better than everybody thought he was going to look at this point during fall camp, which is a huge, huge plus. I think that most of the things that are slowing him down at the moment are all mental, and he's just trying to get the confidence back in that knee to make the cuts as aggressively as he's used to doing. But I think he's just right there, and it sounds like based on what I've heard, he's going to be a at least fairly significant part of the game plan during the Ohio State game if things continue to progress in this manner, which I think would be absolutely huge for Texas's chances in that football game.
Yeah, no, I agree. Because I mean, if you're able to say CJ Baxter's really ready to go in that game, and Trey Wisner is better than he was last year, which we've heard that Trey Wisner looks even more comfortable now with an offseason to go, oh, no, I'm a running back. I'm 1,000-yard back in the SEC. Let me train like that, as opposed to a guy who maybe last season was kind of training as, well, they might use me as a slot receiver to point, or maybe I'm just going to be a special teams guy. I don't really know where I am, because you see enough times that you get it. They've got Jared Gibson and Christian Clark coming right behind him. He thinks, well, those guys they could just be like, well, they're higher graded recruits than you. So sorry, and now he's 1,000-yard rusher, and people are ranking him one of the best rushers in the SEC. I think it changes completely how you train in the offseason. So if you say he's now a step faster, and then you add in maybe having a Christian Clark or Jared Gibson that can give you another factor in there, then that run game against Ohio State, again, they lost a lot of players on that defensive line too. So you're able to go in there and try and push them around a little bit more, set the tone, and then allow that for Arch Manning to get a little bit more space. Any more you can do to rush the ball and not have them just be able to tee off and try and pass rush against a really inexperienced offensive line in week 1, I think is going to be huge. It wouldn't surprise me if we saw Sark basically run the ball and then take shots in that first series or two and, try and catch Ohio State off guard. But I 100%, I'm with you. If CJ Baxter's back, it changes that narrative a lot for week one. But yeah, have you heard any much else out of camp other than that?
So this is a pretty interesting bit here too as well. Everybody knows about Colin Simmons. Everybody knows about Ethan Burke, Trey Moore, those edge rushers that Texas has. Apparently, I can't remember where I saw this. It was, but I saw it. I saw a report on this. Zina Umeozulu apparently has the highest motor out of any edge rusher on this roster at the moment, and he is really making a case for himself to get some early playing time. Wherever that ends up, whether it's at Buck. I believe it would be at Buck. I still get those crossed around in my mind. I think that's the Ethan Burke, strong side position, if I'm not mistaken.
No, that's the Jack. The Ethan Burke is Jack.
See, I just did it again, Patrick.
I believe Jack is Ethan Burke, and it's the jack of all trades position. Can stop in the run, can drop back a little bit, can rush the passer, and the Buck is more aggressively rushing the passer. I believe in my head what is right, but
that's probably correct, and I was probably wrong. Regardless, the fact that Umeozulu is getting his name out there and really making a push at that edge position with all the talent in that room is another positive. That hey, we got 5 or 6, maybe 7 guys we can throw at you on the field at one time, or like what are we? How are you going to come? How are you going to stop our pass rush? So it's certainly an interesting little bit there.
Yeah, and Naman Roberts, you're right. Yeah, Isaiah Neyor getting hurt a few years back. You're right, when we brought him in and thought he was going to be a big deal. But again, it falls into the same trend. It's a guy that you're really trying to catch up to speed and trying to get to be like, can you play every snap for us in a week, in 3 weeks? Are you going to be able to play every snap for us? Isaiah Neyor was that. CJ Baxter was that. Andre Cojo's that. All those are guys you're really trying to get up to a level that you feel is good enough, and it just kind of happens when you push up to that level. It is something to happen. Luckily for Texas, they have Brandon Baker, so you're not a complete loss on that one. But it is, good call on that one, Roberts. It is.
I want to say that was more of a 2022 thing than a 2023 thing, because 2023 was Jay Witt and Worthy and Adonai Mitchell. And then I think 22 is the year you're really circling with Nayer.
Yeah, I can't remember which year. Let me see if I can.
Regardless, it's happening far too often, and it's frustrating.
Yes. But yeah, it is frustrating, and it happens on a lot of teams. I think for Texas fans, it's constantly like the big names, the names that you're really excited about are the ones like Isaiah Neyor was kind of like that. Oh, see, Isaiah Neyor was just waived by San Francisco as well today. So unfortunately for that, to see that,
rough road for that guy.
Rough road. Yeah, he was Texas 22 to 23, so it would have been 22 when he tore it, because he came back for that 2023 season and just never really got used that much, and then transferred out to Nebraska after that. But yeah, so most reports I've heard are pretty positive, though. You still feel pretty good. The main question now is, with the injury to Andre Cojo, does this Texas team still really, really try and push for a more aggressive line, or are they going to maybe dial it back a little bit and go, in games we need you to be really aggressive, but in practice maybe we're going to tone back, really trying to put a punishment on our defensive line. Maybe we have to, be a little bit more safe at that area, because we know at running back, eventually they were like, stop tackling our running backs last season. At offensive line now, it doesn't feel like you're at the same desperation you were at running back a year ago, because there are still a lot of really talented young players behind them, but that's not a position you want to have someone who's not ready to be up there. Even if they're super talented, they're just going to get abused, especially week one. But, you go to Florida, and it's the SEC. Everyone has pass rushers, and they're just going to line them up across from your weakest link.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to play a role in some way, shape, or form. It's not going to be like running the football, like you said, but if Nick Brooks isn't ready, if Jaden Chapman's not ready, and Brandon Baker goes down, it could potentially turn into a long season very quickly if they're not prepared for it. So it is a critical deal. They were very high on Andre Cojo. There was a reason he was, in a battle for the starting position, regardless of whether or not Brandon Baker was the favorite. You can never have enough big guys up front that are ready to go. And, you just got to hope that Nick Brooks is the next freshman that can come in and play right away for Texas, a la Kelvin Banks, because, if he's not, then maybe there's a little bit of an issue. And it also kind of makes me think back to the Michael Fasusi recruitment and be like, damn, I wish they would have nailed that one down instead of letting him walk away. But it is what it is.
I mean, we could have Felix Ojo. You probably have to sell a couple more sweets up there to get, paid for them. But
just sell 9 or 10 of those Lambos they put on the field,
Good to go. I've not seen how the injury happened yet. I've just seen the reports that it happened.
Yeah, I haven't seen either. I would imagine it's probably non-contact, which is usually how these things go in camp.
Yeah.
Because they haven't. I think today was their first day, or maybe tomorrow is their first day in pads. So I think it was most likely non-contact, but we'll have to see when the reports come out.
Yeah, and being mobile is really good. Yeah, for Arch, it's going to help. It helps basically transform your offensive line more than anything. You can do more rollouts now. You can, try and put him in different positions. You can plan for him to have a draw, basically a time out of the draw where the offensive line is not. It's basically the offensive line last year was a pocket creating offensive line. And that was it. That was the main goal of what every play was. Now, they'll still do that on some, but you don't have to do that on every play now. You can change it up a little bit more. And if there are problems, you can do it. The problem with having the right tackle, if your right tackle is constantly getting beat and Arch is trying to run to that direction, it becomes a problem because then there's just constantly a guy running his face. It's not as bad as in the left tackle and getting hit from behind over and over again, but it is a problem anyway. So you just have to keep, figuring it out. It's going to mean too that your all your running backs, it's going to be that much more important that they can do pass pro and, be evolved in every form of it, that you can't put somebody in who just doesn't know how to pick that up, because that's how you get a quarterback killed, is a running back who's jumping at a middle linebacker who flinches, and then an end comes around the side and just wipes out your quarterback. That one wherever you see the running back just like the last second be like, no, and like put one arm out to try and stop it. You don't want to see those ones. So that'll become even more important now for Texas as they continue on. We also saw, Matt, the coaches preseason poll has come out, and Texas for the first time ever is number 1. Your quick thoughts just on that. Are you one that worries about it being a number 1 team? Is that something that's kind of just silly superstition and they go, well, number 1 teams don't win championships? You go, well, yeah, but one team wins a championship every year. So it's not necessarily that. It's just really, really hard to win a championship. What is your quick thought of being preseason number 1?
I got a couple of different thoughts, but I put more stock in the coaches poll than I do in the AP poll, because I think coaches are smarter than media. So the fact that 28 coaches think that Texas is the best football team in the country should give you a little bit of confidence. I will say that, I think that the sort of superstitious angle to this is I'm not a believer in that. I think that Texas is ready to be the hunted. Maybe if it was the last couple of years, they would have felt a little bit differently, but it really feels like this is finally the vision of Texas football that Steve Sarkisian had when he came here, and he's really confident in what he has. So he's 100% prepared to be, the alpha dog, the guy that's kind of at the head of the pack, or the one that everybody's trying to get and tackle. So I think it's great. At the end of the day, I don't think preseason polls mean a whole lot either. So it's certainly a nice nod to Texas and how far they've come.
Yeah, I've never been one to be overly worried about it. I know a ton of people I've talked to will just automatically freak out at any sign of, oh, we're number 1, season's over. Like, no, it means you're going to be good. It just, you can't screw it up. And I feel it's pretty different now, the last 2 or 3 years than it's been for several years, because now you are talking about 12 teams getting in. So it isn't quite the same thing as, years and years ago going, well, we're preseason number 1 and we finish number 3, then we're out. And it becomes even harder to win the title. Now, if you lose a game, you're still okay. So it's not the end of the world. And I'm glad you Sooner Cowboys. That's not the case. But as we keep, but as you see, as you go, this Texas team is
he misspelled Oklahoma is what he did.
They're not going to be that good. But we keep going down. This is the first time that Oklahoma's not been on one. Oklahoma is not ranked at all. As we go down the list, Ohio State is number 2, Penn State's number 3, Georgia's number 4, Notre Dame coming in at number 5. Then we get Clemson at 6, Oregon at 7, Alabama at 8, LSU at 9, Miami at 10. So you do get a little bit of different representation. You get the independent Notre Dame, 2 ACC schools, 3 Big Ten schools. You get 4 SEC schools in there as well. I can go and tell you, not thrilled Illinois 12. Not thrilled about that because they're playing for a title. They're in the playoffs. If they're ranked 12, like they're losing a game this year. They don't play anybody. They're in the playoffs. Congratulations to Illinois. You've been ranked high enough that it's almost a certainty that you're in because you don't play anybody. I hate it.
I hate it in theory too, but this is not the playoff poll. This is
I get it.
The coaches poll. So it'll be a completely different, what do we get to October, November when the actual college football playoff poll comes out, which is the first one that really counts. I do have a couple issues with this poll outside. I do hate that Illinois is up there because I think that they're wildly overrated and their coach is the most overrated coach in college football at this point. Just look back at his history after Wisconsin. He has been an absolute disaster. Even at Illinois, he's had some bad years. So I think Clemson's far too low at number 6. I think they're the second best team in the country. I think Miami's probably too high with I can't really give Carson Beck the nickname on air that I usually give him. So I'm just going to say with Carson Beck at quarterback. And, Arizona State's really high up there, but they probably deserve to be. I kind of think Ole Miss is in the right spot. I think South Carolina could probably be higher. And I find it kind of hilarious that Texas A&M is tied with Ohio State at number 21. They had to give them the tie.
Yeah, with Iowa State, that is an interesting one to put him. I'm surprised BYU is still top 25 after losing their quarterback. That one surprises me a little bit. But yeah, it's not bad. And basically once you get out of the top 10 as well, there's so much more room for error because a lot of these teams are going to be 2 or 3 loss teams. So it's hard to tell who's going to be in there and who's not. I do think that, the SEC maybe will probably finish with more teams in the top 25 just because of the strength of schedule and because people just they're really good. But it's not too far off right now for the coaches poll to get in the preseason poll. I was surprised, like the AP, it's almost like certain that it's Texas, Ohio State at 1 and 2, right? Like anything that team, because that's the matchup, and they got to be like, this is 1 versus 2 week 1, right? We know that was what it was going to be. They're going to market it as 1 versus 2.
Yeah, Fox called the AP or AP called Fox, and we're like, all right, let's make this work. We're going to get huge ratings together on this deal. Texas number 1 or Ohio State, it really doesn't matter which one. One of them number 1, one of them number 2. We have a college football playoff rematch, number 1 versus number 2 matchup going on in week 1. It's the ratings write themselves and all that stuff. But
no, well, and that's what I'm saying too, is like, I think this is the real one, is if Ohio State gets 1 in the AP, then they can technically market it as 1 versus 1. So they may just try and do that to put Ohio State at 1 just so they can market it as 1 versus 1, not even 1 versus 2. It's
number 1 in the AP poll, number 1 in the coaches poll. Yeah, I can hear Brent Musburger 15 years ago, just like as we speak.
Yeah, but I definitely think is going to, that one. We know that'll be at the top because that's how Those tend to work out, is those matchups tend to get ranked the right way. But overall, I'm happy about it because it throws me off more if Texas is not in those rankings. Like if Texas like 4 or 5 and the Big Ten had the first 2, I think that would throw me. If it was like Penn State, Ohio State, Notre Dame or something like that, then you're like, oh, Big Ten's gotten everybody's ear. Big Ten's controlling this narrative. So it being spread out a little bit more, I'm fine with it. We'll keep it more spread out, and I think it works out pretty well. It'll be good. I wanted to bring up a thing I read too about Alabama's AD, who was doing an interview, and basically his point of what he wanted changed or what he wanted more emphasis on, and his way to make college football better, which is very much the opposite of the Big Ten's, is he wants way more emphasis on non-conference. And he's basically like, if we put way more emphasis on non-conference games and scheduling tough games and who wins and loses those games, and he didn't say wins and loses as much, but it was like, who schedules these games? If they get there, more teams will schedule these games. So if we make it more of a prerequisite that if you don't schedule anybody, it's going to be -5 points deducted from your total because you're too wimpy to play for anything, then I think it'll help. And I think what the AD basically would like is, if you go, you get an automatic 5 points for playing somebody. You get 10 points if you beat them, and so you get a little bit more. If you win, you get even more love for it. But I thought it was interesting because it was another SEC portion basically coming out in the world of the Big Ten, basically saying, we play non-conference games, so we shouldn't have to play non-conference too. Like, no, everyone should play non-conference. It is the best arbitrator of which conferences are playing better. It's the best arbitrator of what you can do against schools that are not in your conference when you're not built for that. Because a lot of teams, especially teams that are a little bit smaller or don't have the budget, they do build teams just to play in their conference and not necessarily across. They're not really skilled to guard spread offense if they don't have any spread offenses in their league. If they don't have any option teams, they're not ready to defend a option team. So I think it is true. I'm all for it. Especially it's Texas. They're going to play good non-conference every year. So I'm all for that. But it's an interesting pushback again from the SEC. Non-conference should matter more.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think this guy should run for the president of the college football committee or whatever they're calling it these days. The governing body of college football that is separate from the NCAA. I think this is the best idea I've heard. I think that this is a direct shot at Curt Cignetti and some of these Big Ten schools who are, calling it the SEC way of scheduling. And, despite the evidence that that's not necessarily the case for, 12 or 14 of the 16 SEC teams or however many SEC teams there are. I love this idea. It prioritize early regular season matchups against non-conference matchups against really good football teams. And it not only is it the best arbitrator, like you said, it gets your team ready the fastest. It does all the things that make for good television and ratings and all this stuff. I mean, hey, let's face it. Nobody's going to watch an Indiana football game across college football until they play like Ohio State or whoever they play on their schedule. Yeah. Nobody's going to watch an Illinois football game all season long outside of the state of Illinois. Everybody's going to be watching Texas versus Ohio State. Everybody's going to be watching LSU versus Clemson. So I think it's a brilliant idea.
Alabama versus Florida State. And even though it's not a good game, it was good when they scheduled it. But I mean, even though it's not a great game, a lot of people are still going to watch it because people want to see, is FSU going to bounce back this season? So it's still going to draw ratings, even though it's not a 1 versus 2 matchup. But it's 2 quality teams. 2 teams that you recognize the name, that when you see the logo, you go, this is a real team versus a real team. We're not playing, it's not them versus I have to look up what the abbreviation is.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with that. I'm kind of surprised that some of these Big Ten schools, like in Indiana or like in Illinois, who aren't scheduling anybody in the non-conference, how they're getting away with that with their, with their athletic director and their donors and stuff. Like we're not going to be bringing in all of as much money as we could possibly bring in because we're not scheduling a, Miami or Florida State or Notre Dame, whoever out of non-conference that could draw a big time matchup in TV revenue. But maybe eventually they'll realize that that's the way. Sooner Cowboys, as far as your question goes, I don't think that's necessarily a realistic scenario. So I'm not sure how worried about the team I would be. But if that did happen, I would be worried that they would miss the playoff, obviously.
Yeah. No, and it does push back to scheduling these non-conference games, and Indiana has their logic would probably be that us being undefeated as long as possible is better for our program than losing in the first 3 weeks. Mm-hmm. And the response to that should always be, well, if you can't win, we should hire someone who can. If you can't beat Virginia, we should hire a coach who can. And he'll go, I can beat Virginia. They go, then why the hell are you afraid of us scheduling them? Because either you can't beat them or you're afraid of them. Like, you can't say we're going to beat them, but we shouldn't play them anyway. That's BS. And that is the Kurt Signetti way of talking circles around himself. So I love that. Joe brings up the SEC versus Big Ten matchups, 1 versus 1, 2 versus 2. I think it'd be awesome. I also don't think it will ever happen because the Big Ten will never let that happen. They brought it up in a sense of let's go question them, but the Big Ten will put so many restrictions and things around that the SEC will have to switch to a 9-game schedule, guaranteed, to make that happen. They will also have to agree to the automatic qualifiers to make that happen. They will have to give every concession over in the world to the Big Ten to make that happen because the Big Ten only wants to do this if they're allowed to get 4 automatic teams in. They don't want to play the SEC, and the SEC knock out their top 5 teams, and then they be there. And look, I think Ohio State versus Texas, you can say that's, top teams, or Georgia or whoever you want to put up there. Those matchups would be really good, and either team could clearly win. Once you get past 4, I don't think it's even a contest. I think SEC runs away with probably every single other game in the battle. Because it's just a tougher division, a tougher conference once you get further down in it. And, when you're talking about, I mean, like Ole Miss versus USC would be really fun to watch. But I still think Ole Miss is a better team.
Ole Miss dump trucks USC. It's not even close.
No, but it's just fun because it's Lane Kiffin and because both teams are notoriously run by guys who are shady at times. And so I get that it'd be like a fun matchup for the background, but it's like Ole Miss is just a better team because, again, like we talked about this before, Ole Miss has a defense. Ole Miss led with their defense last year. So as much as it's like the narrative is Lane Kiffin and he's not a defensive guy, that's Lincoln Riley. And Lincoln Riley just hasn't even had the offense lately because he went to a better conference that has real defense in the Big Ten. And so he hasn't been able to figure that one out yet. He doesn't want to play the SEC. I mean, hell, one of the reasons it's rumored that Lincoln Riley went to USC was to not play in the SEC. To be like, screw that. I don't want to be there. I don't want to have Oklahoma there. I'm going to lose. I'm not going to be as good. It's one of the rumored
recruiting pitch. What a great recruiting pitch.
But I'm just saying, so it's like I think those non-conference games, I'm all for it. I'm all for putting, letting teams start to schedule out and have those Power 4 teams. I don't mind having FCS. But here's the deal. I won't mind having an FCS school on your schedule if you play a Power 4 and a group of 5. If you do both of those, then I'm fine with you having an FCS school on your schedule. You know what I mean? Because if you're playing a decent, if you play Ohio State and Boise State, sure, take a week off. Because now you played two good schools. One's really good and one's good. But if you're gonna go, we're gonna, and then people will exploit it. People will be like, we're gonna play Purdue and we're gonna play Toledo State, and we'll be perfect. I get that that'll be a thing. But I am curious, is the Pac-10 gonna be in the group of 5? Are they gonna be the group of 6 now?
I hope so.
When we get to it, because I think that's next year, right?
Yeah, I would. Why would you not want to see San Jose State and San Diego State and Texas State and Colorado State have a chance to make the college football playoff.
That's what I'm saying. It just seems weird. Like for them, they'd be kind of screwed if they weren't in that group.
Yeah,
they're not gonna be able to get in another way.
In terms of this Big Ten SEC challenge type thing, I think Patrick is 100% right. I think that the Big Ten would call for far too many concessions and all these different things that would make it not worth it for the SEC. But if there was somehow a middle ground, agreement on this thing, and it was just 1 versus 1, 2 versus 2, 3 versus 3, 4 versus 4, you'd have. I think you're right. You'd have 4 good matchups. You'd have Texas, Ohio State. You'd have Georgia and Oregon. You'd have like Alabama and Penn State, and you'd have LSU and who's the other team? Michigan, maybe, or even then the fourth one kind of gets, I guess, Indiana, but LSU would dominate Indiana. I mean, I feel like you would get to a point where Mississippi State and Kentucky would be beating Purdue and Northwestern and Michigan State by 25 to 30 points, and then the Big Ten gets completely embarrassed. I think there would probably be upsets along the way because, there always are in these kind of situations. I mean, last year in bowl games, I think Illinois beat South Carolina and USC beat Texas A&M. But those are bowl games. It's a different atmosphere. It's a different vibe. I think the Big Ten would be far too afraid to agree to a fair thing on this, and it would just be something that was unfair to the SEC. Like only Big Ten home games, and you have to go to 9 games. Like all these different. Oh no,
you would have to go to 9 games, and you would have to have automatic qualifiers. Like those are all not even a question. Those have to be done first, and then then they would throw in. Also now now that we do this, we're going to knock our schedule down to 8 because we're better. And then there'll be all FCS outside of that. And he's like, come on, man. I agree with Joe as well. Only in September. You're not allowed to play FCS schools once you get to November and December. And no, you can't late season FCS schools. Not a fan of that either. I don't like that. Well, I get they're trying to add but just put a bye week in there then. I don't putting a bye week in there. I just don't like it.
I don't really mind it that much. Like if you're sacrificing a bye week earlier in the season, like you're if you're just moving it to later in the season, so it's not technically a bye week, but like you still have kind of a tune-up to get ready for your rivalry game. Like I'm fine with it as long as you're playing another Power 5 team at the beginning of the season.
But that's the thing. I still think you should put them at the beginning. I still think it should be preseason. I don't want to have bad games at the end of the year. I just don't like it. We talk about because all this is being done in the general feel of everyone keeps saying we got to save college football. And what that usually means is we have to pay the kids less. And you're like, whoa. What about you guys scheduling real games? No. We're not the problem here. To save college football, what we need to do is go back to the way that we get all the money and those kids don't get paid any, and then we won't schedule any games. We'll still be wimps. No. Everybody's got to contribute here. So if you guys want to take away the money from people, that's one thing to save it. But and that's to say, A&M's playing Samford the week before Texas. I don't mind it I don't mind it as much for Texas. It's not like I think them playing Samford's a good thing. I think it's probably a worse decision than I would want to do as a coach because I wouldn't want my team to let up for a week. I wouldn't want my team to, personally, I would rather, if you walk on concrete without shoes or you walk on stones every day without shoes for a year and then you walk for a week in shoes and then they're like, all right, go run on those rocks. Your feet are going to hurt more because you didn't have the year of toughing up. You get a little bit softer. So I think that there's something to be said of I personally probably wouldn't do it either. So that's why I'm more on the edge of I just don't like it later in the season. I think it'd be more fun if you tried to make there be more stakes later in the season. But it's not even so much A&M versus Texas. It's just it happens all the time. And it's kind of like when you look at its schedule and you're like, man, football's really turning up. What are they doing this week? And there's 7 teams playing FCS schools. You're like, dude, I get you got rivalry games, but this sucks. So I just don't like it.
I don't like it either in terms of the television games. I don't think it gives Texas A&M some sort of advantage. Like they just, start SEC play a week earlier than Texas does, and that's fine. And it is what it is. That Texas does get a break. They get a bye week in like week 11 or week 12 or something like that. So
yeah, they just took a bye week later. So it's like you do get a break, and so it is the bye week. That's again, I'm not saying it's an unfair advantage. I just don't like it because it feels like it's worse than it is. It feels like one of those things where you're like, oh, they found a cheat code, but I don't know if it really is.
I don't know if it's that big of a difference between Arkansas and Samford this year. I'll be honest.
Yeah, I was like, that's not the school I would go. If we had to play Georgia the week before, I'd be like, all right, that's pretty tough. That's going to be a hard one to go. But Arkansas right there.
Texas is going to beat Georgia by 42 points.
Yeah, it's no, and so I get it. I get it. It's an easy way to take a shot at the Aggies for doing it. So I'm all for taking shots at the Aggies as well. I'm fine with that. But I genuinely think it's probably going to, if anything, I'd be much more worried about trying to get my team to amp back up, going into the next week when it is going on the road where you're not necessarily getting all the hype of, you have the pep rallies and everything else, but I feel like once you play Samford, it feels like you're like, all right, we're doing pretty good. Yeah. We're pretty badass now. So I don't know.
I agree with that, Naman. I also think that your 2025 recruits beat Arkansas, so it's not that big of a deal. I would be interested. Maybe I'll do some research while we're on the break of how teams in the SEC specifically, or maybe I'll do it for tomorrow, of how SEC teams specifically responded in rivalry games after they played a Samford or a New Mexico State or whoever. I know that Auburn tried to do this a couple years ago with, I think it was Louisiana Monroe or New Mexico State or something like that. And Hugh Freeze lost the game. So, I mean, it could go either way.
No, and I get, like, you're going to be able to rest your players a little bit more and all that. It's the end of the season. Like, it doesn't, I get it. I think it sucks. I don't think, like, this, Joe, I'll tell you this. What you're sounding like, and I'm not saying you're saying this, but it sounds like you're saying we need an excuse of why we didn't beat A&M. We're going to beat the crap out of A&M at the end of the season. So it doesn't bother me that much. Let him, give him Gatorade at halftime. Give him foot massages. I don't care. We're going to beat them. We're a better team than them. So I'm not overly worried about it. I get that you could say they're going to get a little bit more rest before their game. They still got to suit up. They still got to go do everything. It's a home game. They, again, we're playing Arkansas at home that week as well. It just doesn't, it doesn't move the needle enough that I feel like it's like, oh man, what an unfair advantage they're getting. It's more along the lines of, yeah, if I was in charge of everything, I'd do away with it. But it's an way of doing things.
It is, but I would venture to guess that Trey Owens is going to be in by the third quarter of the Arkansas game.
Yeah, that's hope.
So
it may be KJ Lacey though.
KJ Lacey will definitely be in by the fourth quarter.
maybe.
That'll be one of the 4 games he plays in this year.
All right, why don't we take a break? We'll come back. We'll get into some NFL talk. Jerry Jones had some other weird quotes this weekend that we'll talk about a little bit. And is this really just going to be? Is going to be as easy to smooth over as Jerry Jones thinks it is, or is this going to be a long, drawn out process that's going to end poorly? We'll get into that. Some NFL, more of whatever you guys want to talk about as well on the chat. We appreciate you hanging with us here on a Monday afternoon here on Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
I got this, Dad. This is Camilla McKay, and my dad can help with any TV or stereo needs you have around your house. Just call him and he will come to you with advice and a great price. And the guys that work for him are awesome. They can install anything, anywhere. So, like my dad says, just relax and smile. We handle all the work.
So just give us a call at 255-8678 or on the web at avconsultations.com.
Say hello to Jason and the gang over at Relax the Back. They embrace a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle based on 35 years, folks, of proven expertise, and my back couldn't be happier. Their motto is live wellness, and folks, they can transform your routine, your daily routine, into something very, very special if you have back pain. If you're struggling with thoracic problems, if you've got hip problems, if you've got lumbar problems, please go over to one of their stores. They got 2 great locations, and find out a chair or a recliner or a sofa that's going to fit you and going to make your life a whole lot better. I've got this office chair right here that I've been sitting in for years, and I love it. 2 locations, folks, at the Hill Country Gallery across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the buck and Relax the Back.
SendTexTickets.com. If you're in the market for tickets to any sporting event, any concert, any Broadway show, anything live coming to town, you got to head over to SendTexTickets.com. The best seats to all of the biggest events, not just here in Austin, but all over the state and all over the country as well. It's so easy to use. Just log on your phone or computer to SendTexTickets.com. All of their tickets are 100% guaranteed, and they will be delivered right to your phone or computer. So simple to use, and you're also helping to support a local business every time you shop. SendTexTickets.com. So if you want to be at the biggest events in sports and entertainment, there's only one place to go. It's SendTexTickets.com.
Back here on Open Gym, here on Texas Sports Unfiltered on a Monday afternoon. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. And, of course, you guys, you are the third member of the Open Gym. Text line's open 512-222-9328. Sorry, forgot my line for a second. And, of course, on the chat as well on Facebook, Twitch, X, and on YouTube. You can join the chat there. Appreciate everybody hanging out with us here on a Monday. I know it is, a little bit of a desperation, a little scared Monday because of the Andre Cojo injury. Hoping that is going to be the worst news we get at camp. Knock on wood. Best of luck to him and his recovery. He's going to come back meaner and angrier and pushing guys around a little bit more. One of those guys, those offensive linemen that you see that have just the knee braces where they're just look like robots kind of halfway. These guys are usually pretty scary. These guys who still get on the field, just robot legs, go robo offensive linemen out there getting people. Always tough to see there. Matt, let's get into a little NFL talk here on Open Gym. And we saw over the weekend lots going on, including a quote from Jerry Jones that I want to start with.
Oh, boy.
Because this one was the weirdest one I saw this weekend. We can go into all the others, and a lot of them we've kind of Jerry, but this one, Jerry Jones said, while talking about contract negotiations with Micah Parsons, when I grew up, I knew when mama wouldn't let me do something, going to daddy and daddy letting me do it, then going back in saying to mama, daddy said I could do it. That old mama daddy stuff. We got here doing that by nature. We're not going to do that. So basically, I'm not sure who's who in this. I believe he thinks that he's mama and then the agent is daddy and Micah Parsons is the kid. I think is what he's saying, is that Micah Parsons went to Jerry Jones and Jerry Jones said, here is a contract offer. This is really good. Trust me. It's not, I'm clearly looking out for my best interest, not yours, but trust me, this is really, really good. And then he went to his agent and said, Jerry Jones gave me a contract and I need you to give it. And his agent said, oh, I'll go screw Jerry Jones and the Cowboys and their fan base. by making them pay so much more money and give you the worst contract ever. And Jerry Jones says, nah, mama knows best. I think that's what he was trying to get across. I don't think it makes sense at all. But it was a really weird statement. It again did not go over well with any players, coaches, or managers. There's not anyone out there who thought this was a good way to talk about people. But it is Jerry Jones just once again making this Micah Parsons situation worse and worse.
Oh boy. I talked about this with some of the Cowboys guys that I work with who are kind of new to covering the Cowboys. And I said, you really have to be fluent in Jarabic to understand what this guy is saying on a day-to-day basis. And this is one of the most difficult quotes to decipher that I think I've ever heard him utter. And that is saying something. Because there is no way, shape, or form that you look at this quote and you say that he's not taking a major shot at Micah Parsons and his agent. Mm-hmm. And that comes after he demands a trade. You think, yeah, I've got this guy under contract, so I can. He's just my little bitch, and he can do whatever I tell him to do. I mean, if Micah Parsons really wants to make a statement, he can just sit the season out. He can just sit the entire season out, and he won't be able to play, and there'll be a lot of repercussions for it. But Jerry thinks that he is the god of this franchise, and the fact of the matter is, if you're going to be a successful owner of an NFL franchise, you have to take your players' best interests into account. And that especially goes for a GM when you're negotiating contracts. So, the fact that he's trying to negotiate a contract in bad faith to begin with is a red flag in and of itself. But then you double down on it. You say that he's being a little kid and he's running to daddy when, he's not getting his way. When even that quote doesn't make any sense, because when he was growing up, it was probably dad who told him what to do, and he ran to mom to say, please help me out, daddy's being mean. So there's a million different things wrong with this. I really hope that he faces some repercussions for this, and that Micah Parsons really sticks it to him in some way, shape, or form. I think Micah Parsons is probably too proud to do that, and he's probably too bought into his teammates to do that, and he'll end up playing despite not having the contract. But every time something like this comes out of Jerry Jones's mouth, it leads me to believe that there is less and less of a chance of Micah Parsons signing a contract with this team. Even if you get to the franchise tag stuff, like at a certain point, this guy's just going to walk away from your franchise for nothing. You're not going to get anything for it because of the way that you've treated him over the last year or two. And it's criminal. It's absolutely criminal.
Yeah, it's more of the same, which is basically Jerry Jones saying, we saw what happened with Dak Prescott, and that really sucked last year, that he got hurt. We gave him a bunch of money, and he got hurt. And so we're just going to judge everything we do based on that. And then we're going to claim that it's like what we've always done. But it's not really what we've always done. We basically are saying, no, we don't want to pay you if you get hurt. So if we could just do 1-year deals every single year, and the second you get hurt, we can not pay you any more money and kick you off our team forever, we would love to do that, because for whatever reason, we don't understand how injuries work in this league. We don't understand that every time it happens, players can bounce back and be good players again. We don't get any of that. And the worst part is they keep walking out as if they are the smartest people in the room, and all going, well, I know all these other franchises don't do this, but what do they have to show for it? Oh, championships and success. Oh, yeah, we're the richest, so we do things right. And that is, it is a ridiculous thing. And like, I get to at points of where you can look back and go, a year ago, maybe even 2 years ago, you could have looked at trading Micah. You could have said, this team is a lot of pieces away from winning a title right now, and it may be in our best interest to, before we have to pay Micah a ton of money, why don't we go ahead while his value is really high and go try and get multiple first, maybe a player or two, and really try and turn this around, but get a lot of picks, get everything. And in 2 or 3 years, it'll expedite a rebuild that we'll really be able to get there. And if we're really lucky, we'll get another Micah out of it. But what we want is, like, we just have to get more pieces. We just don't have enough. We don't like free agency. We don't really make a ton of trades. So we don't necessarily want to build piece by piece. We really would love to have in 2 or 3 drafts where we just draft like crazy because we love the draft. I feel like that would have been the thing to do. And maybe those conversations were serious enough a year or 2 ago that he now sits and says, oh, well, we were almost trading him. So what value does he really have in his own deluded, crazy head? That he thinks, well, and if we want to trade him, the value will be there. You go, every day you don't trade him, the value goes down. Because now everyone knows the problems that lie within. So there's a big difference between happy, excited, 2 years left under contract, and then you're going to have to give him that big extension, Micah Parsons. And Micah Parsons now, which is day one, I have to give him a new extension and make him the highest paid guy in the league. And I'm going to have to give you, now I'd rather just wait a season and see what happens. Because I'd rather wait 1 season and see if he leaves. And see if, if you're too cheap to put the full franchise tag on him and you put the transitional tag because you want to get a first-round pick back for him. I think that that's a real possibility, that they try and play it like that, where they don't really want to keep him, and so they just put that transitional tag and then play it out by what he gets paid. It just feels more – it doesn't feel like Micah Parsons is getting a contract this year right now. Maybe Jerry's still just got us all confused because he's got that new Netflix show that he wants to promote. Because it's more about him than it is about the Cowboys fans, football, NFL, any one of these players, anyone who's ever existed on earth. Jerry Jones is the most important thing. So maybe that's more important. But at the end of the day, it feels like they're so far apart, and there's still no phone calls. The trade request did not make them pick up the phone. I don't know why not at this point.
Well, it doesn't stop there either. He came out and said a couple of other things that I had a big problem with as well. The first one being, what y'all don't know is what I offered him. And it's a hell of a lot more than you think I did. That's what you don't know. And what that tells me is absolutely nothing. If you're going to tell us how much that you offered him a whole hell of a lot, then tell us how much you offered him. All he did was offer Micah Parsons a big sum of money that he probably didn't fully understand because his agent wasn't sitting in the room when he got the offer. And now you're sitting here trying to come out as the good guy saying, well, I offered him a ton of money, when you're negotiating the deal in bad faith, and you're probably trying to screw him on a little clause inside the contract that's going to void all of the guarantees. And he doesn't understand that because he's not a guy that's trained in reading contracts, which is nothing against Micah Parsons. If you put an NFL contract in front of me and all these different clauses in it that had to do with how much money I was going to make, what's the first thing I would do? I would call my agent or my lawyer and be like, please read through this so I am sure of what I'm signing. And he doesn't want Micah to do that, which is a huge red flag. And then he comes in and says, and this is probably the most delusional quote outside of the mama daddy quote that I heard, was, it seems like we forget that it's been less than a year. I've paid the highest that's been paid in the NFL to Dak. I paid a big price for Lamb. Anybody that says I'm not interested in financially rewarding my players hasn't been looking at the tea leaves. The only reason you paid Dak that money and that he became the highest paid quarterback in the NFL was because you waited so long, because you didn't want, you were so proud that you didn't want to do it on his terms and all this different stuff. And then the same thing happened with CeeDee Lamb. The same thing happened with Ezekiel Elliott, and on down the list. They're the only franchise in the NFL that this consistently happens to, because they don't take care of it ahead of time when they should, and they wait and they wait and they wait because deadlines make deals. And you keep getting screwed, and your cap situation keeps getting inflated on the back end. And then they're like, oh, well, we just, we restructure the deals and it ends up being fine. Like, eventually, it's like you're in a boat in a river treading and you're taking on water and you're scooping out water and scooping out water. Eventually the water is going to make the boat submerge. Mm-hmm. And it's all going to be your fault. But hey, It's okay, because I offered Micah a big lump sum of money that his agent has no idea what it was.
Well, and that's the thing, is it's not only that, according to Micah, the discussion was not about a contract. He was told to go to Jerry's office to speak about leadership. And that Jerry Jones wanted to talk to him about what leadership he wanted to see out of him. And then Jerry took that opportunity to offer him a contract with his agent not present. Because if he said, hey, Micah, we're going to meet about your contract, Micah would have said, great, let me call my agent. he'll be here. So Jerry couldn't say that. So Jerry had to, under false pretense, bring Micah Parsons in, then offer him a contract where he could have offered him $500 trillion billion. If none of it's guaranteed, it's fake money, Jerry, and you know that as well as I do. And I get, like, that's why he doesn't want an agent, because agents will sit there and go, this is fake money. And Jerry said it's not, because it is real money if he keeps the player. But in like Jerry goes, well, to protect me and screw everybody else, again, the world revolves around me. I'm Jerry Jones. Nothing else matters. I don't care. Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones, a little quote there at the bottom. He goes that he's like, look, if I think that if in 2 years you hurt your knee playing for me, trying to defend this team and trying to go for a sack and be the best player you can, I should be able to negate all the rest of your money and owe you nothing, because that's good business for me. And I don't get why you won't take that deal. And so, I mean, I think, you know, it feels more and more like Micah Parsons is going to show up. He's going to play in games. He'll be there this season. He's going to go try and get his stuff. And if there's any nagging injuries he has, he will not practice. He'll show up on game day and he'll play in the games. And if they want to bench him, he's fine with that. But you're going to have to bench me for not practicing. But I'm hurt during the week. You can't make me practice if I'm hurt. And
Joe, I think that the NFL Players Association probably would be able to file a grievance against the NFL if Micah Parsons brought them the facts. I'm not sure that he wants to do this, because I don't think he wants this to get blown out of proportion any more than it already is. He just wants to play football and get his deal, so I'm not sure. But I feel like absolutely, what I kind of equate it to, Patrick, just like off the top of my head, is a 16-year-old shows up to a car dealership to buy his first car.
Yeah.
And he's like, hold on, let me text my dad and tell him where to meet us so that he can help me negotiate my, the deal on this car. And the car salesman like takes his phone. He's like, no, don't worry. We got this. We'll take care of you. Trust me. This one has a racing stripe. And then while the kid's looking at the racing stripe, he's hammering, the door back in on the other side.
Yeah. And so that's the deal is the reality is you can't get mad at him for offering a contract without an agent. If he coerced him into signing it under false pretenses without an agent seeing it, you could get really, really mad at him and then file a grievance against it. But he didn't sign anything. So there's nothing really to file a grievance about more than, hey, this is just bad business. But again, like a guy could, your same analogy, kid goes, let me call my dad. And he goes, I can't wait for your dad to show up. All right, well, I'm not buying the car. Deal's off. There's no foul doing anymore. There was just almost foul doing. So I think that they, Jerry Jones probably gets a phone call from the players union going, this is not the way you should do business. And Jerry Jones sends it, transfers it to Stephen Jones. And Stephen Jones transfers it to reception, says, we'll take a note of it. We don't care about players here at the Dallas Cowboys. We'll pay him tons of money because we need attractions. We are a circus. And, the circus isn't the circus without the attractions, so we have to have them. And if we could have a team full of, if we could just bring an XFL team up, we would, because we pay them no money and we don't care. We still sell tickets for the Cowboys. We're selling a logo, not a team. And I think Jerry Jones knows all that. And it's disappointing that Stephen Jones doesn't do anything about it. Because Stephen Jones, and I'm more curious now if Stephen Jones is going to be exactly like Jerry Jones, or if he is going to really try and sell this team pretty quick and just be like, it's worth $10 million. Let me get the money and I'm out. I'm done. My dad was an idiot.
I feel like Stephen is a spitting image of Jerry at this point, especially after his comment about, well, Micah has to want to get paid for us to pay him. Like that was like Jerry Jones would have said that if they had asked him that exact same question. So he's just doing daddy's bidding, and he's too afraid to cross his dad on something this big. Like he's done it in the past before with draft picks and things like that, like Johnny Manziel and Zach Martin. But the further and further into this thing he's gotten, the more and more he's turned out to be just like his dad. And I hope to God that the day that Jerry finally retires and the whole thing falls into Stephen and his daughter's hands, that they're like, yeah, we're good. We're going to sell this to, Mark Cuban or some billionaire who's gonna pay us probably over market price because it's the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah. No, that's what it seems like. But yeah, I mean, and this also, like, the fact that he does have that show on Netflix, which I don't know if it's out yet or not, The Gambler. Isn't that what Jerry Jones' show is?
Something like that, yeah.
I don't know if that's, I mean, this is somewhat promotion for that as well, because Jerry Jones doesn't need the money from this, but he needs the fame from it. Because you also got to remember, there's these weird things in life that money buys power. But Jerry Jones has theoretical money. So he's really powerful in the NFL because he has NFL money. But it's like having a bunch of Disney bucks. Outside of it, he's not as powerful because he can't spend any of that money, really, because it's all tied up into the Cowboys. So you have to take the loans out to spend them a lot of that money. So he's still really, really rich, but he's not like I can swing elections rich. So he doesn't quite have full power yet of what he could really want to do. So what he needs is court of public opinion, and he needs all these shows to make him look like he's this genius guy. So that's why he is constantly trying to put himself on TV so he can be this genius that goes out and then everyone will kiss his butt that is around him. Like, once again, you showed you're the smartest businessman in the NFL. Hey, hats off to another 8-win season.
Yeah, and the more and more that he opens his mouth during training camp, the more and more he looks like Joe Biden running for a second term. Like it just everything that comes out of his mouth is just like, I don't understand, Jerry. Like you're the GM and you don't talk to agents. Isn't that the job description? Like, somebody go find me an NFL GM job description on LinkedIn or something. I don't know where they put those things, but somebody go find me one and tell me that one of the first job responsibilities in that job description is not negotiating contracts with agents and players.
All right. So, Matt, odds on this. The Gambler, America's Team, what's it called? America's Team, The Gambler and His Cowboys, premieres in 2 weeks. What are the odds that something like he offers Micah Parsons, the kit and caboodle, highest paid player, all the things Micah wanted in 2 weeks, or they say we're open to trade, like something major happens in 2 weeks for the Cowboys?
What's the release date? The exact release date?
August 19th. So 2 weeks from tomorrow.
Okay. I think that on August 18th, which is
2 weeks from today,
one of my best buddy Jacob's birthdays. Happy early birthday, Jacob. They are going to come to an agreement on a deal. And right when that happens, the Cowboys are going to be the biggest thing on the internet. Then the Netflix series is going to drop, and it's going to be the highest rated thing on Netflix. And then on the machine turns until Jerry finally takes on too much water in this franchise, and it just sinks into oblivion.
Oh man, that feels way too much like it's going to happen now. Yeah, it feels like we've all been conned again by Jerry and his idiocy, where he's like, oh no. So how much money did I get paid to do this? And they're like, you got paid $4 million. He goes, how much money am I going to lose by doing all this stuff to Micah Parsons? You go, you'll lose probably like, you're going to pay him another like $50-60 million. And he goes, okay, so like 50-60 million more than I would have had to pay him to do that. So net, and then I'll get some, so in reality, it'll cost me $30 million so that people watch my TV show. All right, no problem. Let's do it. That feels like a Jerry move.
Yeah, because you're absolutely right, Patrick. Money buys power, but fame buys legacy. And the more famous that Jerry gets from doing all this stuff, the more he's going to be remembered in the NFL as this guy. And he's doing it at the expense of his fan base. He's doing it at the expense of his team. He's doing it at the expense of his players, and really at the expense of his business. But he just wants to be remembered as the craziest guy in NFL history and the most famous owner in NFL history. And this, anyway, it's I would, if I had a mortgage, the more and more I think about it, Patrick, I would probably bet my mortgage on that happening.
It's so crazy that we're just like, oh, that's what it is. I forgot he had a Netflix series, but now we know about it. We're promoting our show. because that's what Jerry wants to do. And screw Micah Parsons, screw his feelings, screw Dez Bryant, Jay-Z, every one of them. Screw them all. We don't care. We got to get ratings on Netflix.
It's either going to be that, or it's going to be the night before the season opener against Philadelphia. That's going to be the biggest NFL game of the week.
Yeah, I mean, because I could see that this feels more right though, because this has nothing to do with football. This has to do with ratings on a reality thing, on like a documentary that's going to make Jimmy Johnson probably look like he didn't. Jimmy Johnson picked up the phone. He dropped it. He didn't even know how to talk, really, Jimmy Johnson. And then Jerry Jones was like, let me draw up this trade. We'll trick him. And like, I'm sure it's going to be revisionist history too. We'll see. But yeah, that mark your calendars, everybody. Monday in 2 weeks. If we come on the air and during our show, breaking news.
If that happens on August 18th, then, or if that doesn't happen on August 18th, I will take a shot of bourbon live on air of something terrible that I hate.
Oh, man. Yeah, we'll give you some Black Velvet. It'll be great stuff.
Or you know what? I'll take a shot of Jepson's Malort, that stuff from Chicago.
Oh, I've had enough Malort in my day, because people love it. People love Malort. The Black Velvet for us was, we had some friends and they had the party house, and it would be funny because we'd all be drinking over there, and then you knew it would be like the end of the night, and we'd run out of everything. We drank everything, and then somebody would come and look in the back of the freezer, and there'd be a bottle of Black Velvet in the back of the freezer. And we would be like, and it would just be that sign of, am I willing to make really bad decisions, or that's enough? Time for me to go home. Time to go to bed. So we know what? It's like 3 or 4 in the morning. We've had a great night. Time to call it, guys. I don't need to have the crazy, almost frozen Black Velvet from the back of the freezer. Oh, it was the plastic bottle too, that gut rot. Because you knew how bad your day was going to be when you drank that gut rot stuff. I drink enough plastic bottle stuff. It's just like, because you didn't have any money and you could get a lot of it. And that's like, all right. And then you were an idiot who didn't even mix it with anything, just pouring it down your throat. Oh, back in the wild turkey's not the worst thing in the world. I've had much worse than wild turkey.
Joe, I would drink Wild Turkey 101 on the rocks right now. Like, most of the bourbons that I drink are like 110 to 120 proof. Like, that's nothing to me.
Yeah, Wild Turkey's not bad. No, but yeah, that Black Velvet was awful. Gut rot stuff. But many nights, you're talking to a girl, so drink some Black Velvet and let's see what happens. Back in the day, back in the good old days. But yeah, all right, I think we solved it, Matt. We'll see how many more crazy things Jerry says in the next 2 weeks. But it feels like, it feels really way too much like that's what it is.
Yeah, BK should clip this, and he should load it up on YouTube as Matt and Patrick have solved the Micah Parsons puzzle.
18th, everybody, put your money down like on a roulette table. Put your money on 18. That's when he's getting the new contract signed, or he's being traded. He may get traded that day. I put my money on signed, because the other way, he'd be really gambling. He'd be trading him away for like a second and a fifth. Just I got to get done today. The series comes out tomorrow. Comes out at like midnight. I got to get it done. You got to get this done. Outside of that, we did see another injury. Another injury that happened for the Cowboys camp today. I'm drawing a blank on the name now. The defensive lineman from Michigan Mozzie Smith was injured today at practice. There we go. I have it written down in front of me. And Matt, anything that's not written down in front of me, somewhere else. But Mozzie Smith did leave with an apparent leg injury, knee injury, I believe it was. I have not heard the severity of it. But that is not a great sign for this team that already, is somewhat lacking at defensive tackle depth. Now, we weren't expecting big things out of Mozzie Smith, but I mean, I guess you're always kind of expecting somebody to figure it out on that defensive line to stop the run game. And so if Mozzie Smith is out now, it's Ozzie Odigizua, but he's not a run stopper. He's a pass rusher. I don't know who's your run stopper in that defensive line and who's supposed to be doing that. So not great news for Mozzie Smith. possibly missing some time. Hopefully not a major injury. We see these at camp. They're usually really, really safe at camp of like, if anything happens, get the card, or anything happens, be super, gentle and nice and get the guy off because, you don't want to risk it being anything worse. So hopefully it's not anything major.
Yeah, it's just it's probably not anything major. I think that we would have heard by now if it was a, potential 4 to 6 week or season ending injury or something like that, because typically that stuff doesn't stay quiet very, very long. My concern is that these guys keep getting injured in training camp. Like, you should have minimal injury issues in camp. Like, injuries happen. Nobody's going to be able to prevent all of them. But it seems like the Cowboys every single day have had a major piece of the puzzle have to leave the field at a certain point in time.
Yeah.
And to me, that's nothing but an indictment on the training staff there, and the status of that, or the state of that room, that they're just not able to keep these guys healthy, and it's a major concern. And I know a little bit about athletic training. I did it in high school, and I know that I know how much work has to go into that. I've never seen injuries like this in a like so many injuries early on in a training camp. I can't remember the last time this happened. It feels like it's every single day.
It does. You just keep seeing those reports over and over again. We also saw that there's another hold-in happening now. James Cook he was reported to camp, was thought of somebody that may be a hold-in, hold-out guy. He was practicing early, was expecting, I guess, to have some sort of movement on the contract. Nothing happened, so James Cook in Buffalo is now holding in as well. I don't think Micah Parsons is claiming to be holding in right now. He is claiming back tightness, so he is not technically holding in, I guess. He's injured, but we know he's holding in. I know today they had him, he was wearing the jersey because Schottenheimer had asked him to wear the jersey, which kind of felt more like Jerry Jones went to Schottenheimer, was like, can you stick it to Micah? But that's, Micah's done everything really pretty well during this. So, but 2 weeks, we'll see. Everything will be figured out for him.
Yeah. Monday edition of Open Gym. We're going to open up with Micah Parsons has magically signed a deal after being leagues and leagues apart and not wearing a jersey in practice. Look, I wouldn't be surprised if Jerry called Micah or texted Micah or something on Saturday or Sunday or wherever he didn't wear the jersey and was like, you're being such a pain in my behind. I don't want you to wear a jersey to practice tomorrow. Just for the optics and to drive the narrative even further.
No, it is ridiculous. It is ridiculous. Did you have any other notes that you saw from Cowboys camp over the weekend, Matt?
Let me take a look. I think we've covered all of them. I heard that undrafted free agent Trayshawn Holden, the wide receiver, is continued to impress. And he looks like he could legitimately make the roster, which would be huge. He's still obviously got a long way to go, but this is a guy that was one of the best wide receivers in college football at one point. And some injuries and some suspension stuff and all these different things kind of lowered his draft stock and made it to where he was an undrafted free agent. He kind of tailed off at the end of the season against Oregon, with Oregon, I believe. But he's a super talented guy. It looks like he's making a name for himself. And Jaden Blue also continues to do really impressive things there and continues to get praise from Brian Schottenheimer and the team there. So that's also extremely good to see. Naman, I will be at both, I believe. Definitely Columbus, maybe Gainesville, but definitely Columbus.
I will be here probably at maybe doing pregame somewhere. Hopefully we'll have that to announce soon of where we'll be at that once we dot some I's and cross some T's. Doing pregame here if people want to come and hang out with us, hang out with Texas Sports Unfiltered. Hopefully that'll be all figured out soon enough. But yeah, I traveled enough early in my life. Early in my adulthood touring with bands. I I don't necessarily love to do it anymore. So I leave that to the others, and I love sleeping in my own bed. It's one of my favorite things to do. So, but yeah, that's why. Yeah, no, it's nice to have. So, but that's what, you have the back and forth between me and Matt. So you get both sides of it. You get the guy who's there, the guy who sleeps in his own bed is very happy about it. I wanted to get into something. We've kind of pushed this off for a little bit, but I think it's an interesting discussion in the NFL about MVPs and what are kind of the ways guys can win an MVP and ways guys are going to have trouble getting to over that hump and getting to an MVP in the NFL. After we saw Josh Allen finally get there, there's these weird kind of rules about it that we see at points of, do you have enough playoff success that we feel really good about you, and we feel you can be ready to go, and we feel like we're not crowning you too early. There's a lot of NFL where they don't want to crown an MVP, and this is in most sports, before they feel like this guy's going to be around for 4 or 5 more years. And they don't want to have an MVP that, is all of a sudden is a once and done, or doesn't make the playoffs anymore and the team starts to regress. They don't really want that. So you have to have a little bit of prerequisite, but then in the season, there's a lot of players doing good things. It's not all about the record. So if we look through some of these players and just try and decide what do they have to do to be a MVP player this season, let's start with Josh Allen, Matt. And we know wins an MVP last year. A little bit harder to repeat as an MVP. Sometimes they'd rather give it to another person, and they don't want to necessarily give it back to back. You kind of have to outdo yourself a little bit more. The bar raises for an MVP in his second season. What does Joe Burrow have to do for you to be able to go back-to-back MVPs?
You mean Josh Allen?
Josh Allen, sorry, yes.
What was the Bills' record last year? Wasn't it 13-3 or 13-4, or was it 14-3 or
they were 13-4.
Okay, so they're 13-4. I think he probably has to go 14-3, maybe 15-2. I think he has to eclipse his yards and touchdowns from last year. He probably has to run for another touchdown or two. I mean, I think he needs to increase his stats across the board. He obviously needs to win the AFC East. He probably needs to be the number 1 seed in the AFC. And I'm not sure. Do they play the Chiefs in the regular season next year? I swear they do.
I don't have their schedule in front of me right now. Let's see.
I know they play the Ravens. Yeah, they play the Chiefs on November 2nd.
Okay.
So I feel like if he does all of those things I just listed, and he beats Lamar Jackson on September 7th and Patrick Mahomes on November 2nd, and maybe, this isn't as much of a necessity because you can't win every game in the NFL. It's only happened a couple times ever. But he beats Joe Burrow on December 7th. He beats like a couple of the top tier MVP, contenders. Then I think he can repeat. But it's going to be very difficult because you're right. They don't like handing that award out back to back if they can help it.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think this is, you once again have to do everything you did last year, but you have to have a better record and you have to beat the Chiefs. The Baltimore game's so early in the season that I don't know how much it would be. So I would say it's probably more on beating the Chiefs and beating Joe Burrow. The Joe Burrow one, you should be able to put up 700 yards in that game. I mean, really, I don't know who you're playing against. It feels like you should be able to do whatever you want. Just walk down the field slowly and get a touchdown. But the Baltimore game, to me, I agree with you that like beating Lamar Jackson would be important, but it's week 1. So you feel like the voters will probably have forgotten more about that by the time they're voting at the end. But I'm with you. It really does. If he wants to repeat, he has to win those big games. And I'll actually say maybe it's Philadelphia in week 17 as well. If you can go out and defeat the defending Super Bowl champions, that puts you in a different era. So, maybe we'll just say it's beat Kansas City and beat Philadelphia week 17. That week 17 matchup's huge because now it's fresh in voters' minds. I think that'd be a place that would get you there. Let's look at Lamar Jackson.
I will say one other thing real quick about Josh Allen.
Yeah.
He ranked 14th in passing yards last season in the NFL. I think he probably, to repeat, has to be somewhere in the top 5 or top 6 in passing.
I like that. Let's go Baltimore and Lamar Jackson. He's been super dynamic. He has got an MVP. He's got multiple MVPs already. What does he have to do to get himself into that MVP picture once again?
I think it's kind of a similar situation to Josh Allen in terms of games that he has to win. He was 6th in the NFL in passing last season. So, I think that number is probably fine. Somewhere around that number is probably fine. I think his stats do have to get better in passing by at least a slight margin. But again, I think it comes down to record, and I think it comes down to production and what teams you're beating along the way, what other MVP candidates you're beating along the way. He doesn't have a ton. He's got Matthew Stafford and the Rams on October 12th. He's got the Chiefs on September 28th. The Lions on September 22nd. Obviously, we already talked about the Bills, but I don't really see Jared Goff as an MVP contender necessarily. I'll say this: if he sweeps the Bengals and eclipses his stat production from last year and maybe beats Patrick Mahomes, I think it can get him there. But all these AFC quarterbacks, I think, especially these two, have to finish number 1 in the AFC in terms of record.
Oh yeah, 100%. I think he may have to finish first in the NFL because he's already got the ring or the Super Bowl trophies, or the MVP trophy. Sorry. And so if he's got those MVP trophies already, that might be a little bit harder for them to give him another one. But if he has the best record in the league and, he is turning into an elite passer and, that wide receiver core gets a little bit better this season, he's got a shot at it. What about Joe Burrow? He has not got an MVP yet. He has been elite in the offense. He has been able to get the ball downfield. He has his weapons. He has his receivers. He has been able to put this ball. They don't really run the ball a ton. It is about throwing the ball in this offense. So what does he have to do? Is it just the record, or does he have to lead the league in almost everything statistically just to be like, okay, we're going to look past the fact that you don't have a defense. We're going to say you're just too good.
Well, he led the NFL last year in passing, and I believe he was also first in he was also first in touchdowns. I think he has to eclipse 5,000 yards passing. I think he has to win the AFC North. They have to get to a point where, like last season, I think they were 9-8 or 10-7 or something like that. They have to win a lot of these one-score games, and it has to be because of Joe Burrow. He has to put this entire team on his back and will them to a division title, because you're not going to win a division title without winning or you're not going to win an MVP without winning your division title, I don't think, especially this year with so many candidates. So probably, a historic passing season over 5,000 yards and a division title and maybe 45 to 50 touchdowns. I mean, this guy's got the odds stacked against him because he's going to have to put up numbers on numbers on numbers if they're going to be a successful team.
Yeah. I mean, it does feel like the only path for him really to get there is win your division, which that means you're better than Baltimore, which is going to be really hard. And then still put up number 1. You're number 1 in passing, number 1 in passing touchdowns. You're number 1 in passing efficient, all of those, and win your division. And then we can go, all right, you carry this team to a division win, because that's a really good division as well. So I'd say that one would get you there. Patrick Mahomes, multi-time MVP again. The stats maybe have been there fully because of the wide receiver injuries. He feels like he does have a wide receiver core again this year. So what does he have to do? Also, they were dominant last season in the win-loss record. Now, maybe they didn't look as dominant in that, but just win-loss, 15-2.
They probably should have lost 5 or 6 games last year, additional games last year. A lot of the reason they didn't lose those games was because he was getting phantom calls down the stretch. And I'm not being a conspiracy theorist. It's just the facts. There was a lot of questionable calls in those games that turned it the Chiefs' way. I feel like he has to come out and have a Patrick Mahomes type year that we're accustomed to in the past. 4,500 yards, 40 to 45 touchdowns, division title, obviously. He needs to make the Chiefs look like the offense that they've looked like in the past, as opposed to, because last year the Chiefs won most of their games really because of defense. Like that was their calling card last year. Like Mahomes was good. He was still very, very good, but the defense is what put them over the top last year and got them to the Super Bowl and got them that division title. So I feel like he has to have a sort of a rekindling of what he was 2 years ago as opposed to this year or this past year.
Yeah, I think it is. You have to go back to where this is an offense that is winning games because their offense, not because their defense, and feel like, oh no, this offense, like where they're blowing teams out again. And it is, they're not having all these tough games where it's his heroics that people really look at. It's more of Patrick Mahomes doesn't even need to play in the fourth quarter. And I think that would get him closer to it this season. An interesting one. His odds are pretty good on this one. Jaden Daniels. We know this is a second-year guy. It's going to be really, really hard for him to win this. But how good he looked last season, if he still has Terry McLaurin, let's say they come to an agreement and they keep Terry McLaurin. Now they have Deebo Samuel on this team as well. He's got Laramie Tunsil on the offensive line now. So it feels like pieces are coming around for him to have a really big year. What does Jaden Daniels have to do to get in that first one where there are kind of prerequisites where they want to see you in the playoffs a couple of years before they go there? They don't want to give Jaden Daniels this award and then him be, start to slump a couple of years later and it looks like that was a bad award. What does he have to do?
Last year, he was 16th in the NFL in passing. He did have a decent year running the football as well. Like he really put up numbers on the ground, which was part of the reason that he is so successful is his ability. I mean, he ran for 891 yards. So if he can have that kind of production again, maybe bump up the passing numbers a little bit, then he'll have a good shot. I hate being a broken record because I think it's kind of annoying, but you got to dethrone the Eagles. That's the only way. You got to dethrone the Eagles. You got to dethrone the defending Super Bowl champs and win the NFC East. There's no two ways about it. If he can do that, everything else will take care of itself, and he'll be in the top 3 by the end of the year at least.
Yeah, I mean, it is dethrone them. It is put your numbers up. I think he just has to have a historic year, like historic numbers where where basically the same way people talked about Patrick Mahomes when he was winning his titles or winning his MVPs, winning titles, he has to have those kind of years where people are starting to say, could this guy be in the GOAT conversation in year 3? I think he has to be that kind of player, and that's just ridiculously hard to do in your second year in the NFL. All right, a couple guys who are more long shots here. Jalen Hurts won a Super Bowl last year, kind of put him in a different class of quarterback where people thought maybe he was a little bit better of a player once he got that Super Bowl under his belt. They went 14-3 last year, but this defense is great. Saquon Barkley carried him for a lot of it. What would Jalen Hurts have to do to be considered a actual chance to be an MVP?
You got to throw for over 4,000 yards. You have to be the best offensive player on your football team. You have to overshine. You have to overshine Saquon Barkley as the star of that football team, which is going to be really, really hard to do. He threw for less than 3,000 yards last year, which if they're going to hand out the MVP award, that number needs to be at least 1,000 yards higher. At least 700-800 yards higher, somewhere around where Josh Allen, was last year. He threw for 3,731. You got to get over 3,700 yards if you're going to have a shot, and you have to be the driving force for why the Eagles are a 14-3, 15-2 team. Period.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you on that one. How about the Chargers and Justin Herbert? This is an interesting one. Harbaugh, we know, has had success in the past. Herbert feels like not a guy that, like, not Herbert, but a Harbaugh quarterback doesn't feel like the position to win a MVP award because they do want to run the ball more. But what could Herbert do to take that back? And, just aside from just winning games and winning in a really hard division, Is it that he has to be able to carry the ball and run the ball some as well? Does he have to turn into a little bit more of a Josh Allen player so he fits in to a Harbaugh system maybe a little bit more? Is it where they're just chunking the ball downfield and he's winning games late? What are the chances that Herbert can, in a Harbaugh system, win an MVP?
Man, I he would have to turn into. I don't think there's any chance that he wins the MVP. I just think that they're too focused on running the football.
Yeah,
he would have to turn into a Josh Allen type player, and I don't think he's as statuesque as people paint him to be. But I don't think he has the athletic gifts that a Josh Allen. I have a very hard time seeing him win it. The only way I think is 4,500 yards through the air and dethroning the Chiefs who've won that division year after year after year after year. It's very hard to imagine a scenario otherwise.
All right, I'll give you one more here. One more quarterback, I'll say. One more quarterback. Jordan Love. Jordan Love is stepping in. We know he's gotten better and better. He's now got Matthew Golden as a weapon. That offense is starting to figure things out a little bit more. What do you think about Jordan Love? What does he have to do in Green Bay to get into that MVP conversation?
Well, I think number one, he has to win the NFC North. I think they have to have the best record in the NFC. I think his efficiency needs to get a little bit better. I mean, he had a 225.9 passer rating. He threw 11 interceptions. I think that number needs to go down a little bit. I think his completion percentage probably needs to be, it was 63.1 last year. I think it needs to be up closer to 68, 69, somewhere in there. I think you got to have the best record in the NFC, which is going to be extremely tough to do in that division.
Yeah, I think they're going to have to figure it out. Now, and that may be the case. They try and throw the ball more, but I think really there's a couple pieces. And the biggest piece for me is you have to have that number one receiver, because he has to have somebody that he can really start to rack up numbers with, and then go, well, he's also got four other guys he's throwing the ball to. But without that number one receiver, I just don't see any way to get in today's game to get him there. One more name I'll throw out, and then we can just say the field of anybody else. But Saquon Barkley. Saquon Barkley is not a quarterback. Quarterbacks do not win MVP anymore. Or people who are not quarterbacks, non-quarterbacks don't win MVP anymore. Is there any way Saquon Barkley, after doing what he did last year, if he repeats, what would there have to be if the Eagles again are one of the best teams in football? If Saquon Barkley once again carries this offense the way he did last season, what would Saquon Barkley have to do to get MVP people to go, we don't want to give it to a running back, but this is kind of a 2-year-in-a-row award now that this guy has been the best offensive player. He's just not a quarterback.
I think he has to break the record for rushing yards in a season that's currently held by Eric Dickerson. So he'll need to rush for at least 2,106 yards. And let's see if I can pull up the rushing touchdowns real quick. The most rushing touchdowns in NFL history is 28 by LaDainian Tomlinson. I don't necessarily think he has to get that, but I think he's got to get close to 20. So he's going to have a historic record-breaking year that beats what he did last year, and I just think that that's a wildly unrealistic scenario.
I agree. It's unfortunate. Anybody else? Is there anybody else that you would put in that conversation of someone who has a shot at the MVP this season?
I mean, this is going to sound like a homer pick, but Dak Prescott. No, I'm kidding. This is going to sound like a bit of a homer pick, but I think that Matthew Stafford is positioned in a unique way, that he's got a plethora of weapons at wide receiver. He's got one of the best defenses in the NFC. If he can come out and have one of his previous years that like he had in 21 with Cooper Kupp, or one of his years in Detroit where he eclipsed 5,000 yards, like if he just comes out and has a top 5 passing year, and the Rams go 14-3 and they look like the best team in the NFC, I think he'll be in the conversation. I don't think that his name is big enough to get him over the hump in that scenario, though, which would be my only concern. But if he does the same kind of things that, I expect, or the Joe Burrow or Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes do next year, then he'll at least be in the conversation. But I have a hard time seeing him get past it just because he's not a, superstar name like those guys.
Yeah, you gotta have the Homer confidence to go, just play 17 games. If he can play 17 games, he's it. He's the guy.
He does have to play all 17 games too for that to work.
All right, let's take a quick break. We come back, we'll hit our meathead of the day and wrap things up here on a Monday edition of Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Now, stepping up to the plate is a household name, weighing in at roughly 115 pounds with a wingspan of 98 inches. It's Samsung.
Kid, I know it's baseball season, but this isn't what I meant when I said to incorporate sports into the company commercial.
Sorry, old man. I just want everyone to know that audiovisual consultations can make your home feel like a stadium.
That's true. Audiovisual provides stadium surround sound, huge screen video, controlled lighting, and even temperature control. On our roster, every customer is an MVP.
Sounds like audiovisual knows how to score a home run with our customers.
All right, kid, that's enough with the baseball puns.
But I'm trying to tell everyone that audiovisual is a real catch. You'll glove our services.
Kid?
There's nothing coming out of left field when you give us a call. We won't break your balls.
Kid, we only have a minute.
Pitch, please. I don't need your attitude right now.
Rest assured, listeners, audiovisual is much better at installing and designing custom home theaters than we are at making jokes.
Just check our stats. Give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us online at avconsultations.com.
You see covert everywhere. That personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
BK here for OLIPOP. Man, this stuff is the game changer of all game changers. Their slogan is a new kind of soda, and that's exactly what it is. You get that same great soda taste, but OLIPOP is actually good for you. Inside of every can, a blend of 7 unique botanicals, plant fibers, and prebiotics. You're getting 9 grams of fiber in every can, only 2 to 5 grams of sugar, and man, the flavor is absolutely there. Classic soda flavors like cola, root beer, lemon lime, and Dr. Goodwin. That's their version of a Dr. Pepper, and some other great flavors as well. The grape, the cream soda, the cherry cola. It's all fantastic. I'm telling y'all, OLIPOP tastes just like the soda you grew up sipping, but with the added benefits of microbiome and digestive health support as well. Pick up OLIPOP at H-E-B, Target, Walmart, Whole Foods, and Costco all throughout the Austin area and the state of Texas. And head over to drinkolipop.com. Use the promo code TEXAS20 for a discount on your first purchase. It's OLIPOP, a new kind of soda.
Back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered, wrapping it up on a Monday afternoon. Jerry, our meathead of the day is Jerry Jones, as it always is, but we can't play him every time. So why don't we play? We get to our meathead of the day where we pick out some people that we just want to highlight for you. This one for our meathead of the day, Matt. Today, I saw this today from Mac Hollins, who is a different kind of cat, playing for the Patriots. Doesn't like to wear shoes very often. Likes to be more free with nature and things of that sense. And he was wearing an interesting shirt today. This is what Matt Collins' look was today. You can see the no shoes, and then also wearing the shirt cut at the under the chest into strings is what he wore. He was asked about this afterwards, and we was asked basically, what is this? And he goes, oh, this is not a fashion thing. This is a more functional shirt. Because what happens is the shirt, because it is just strings, dries quicker. And since it dries quicker, I can use it to wipe my hands to make sure my hands are dry for the next catch, and I can use it to dry off better. So it's a more functional way to wear your shirt. We're all stupid for not wearing our shirts like this when we exercise. So, I mean, Matt, do you believe you could pull this off? Is this the look you're going to go with at the gym?
I've got what they call a dad bod, so my guess is no. Has Mac ever heard of a towel? You can change towels out on every series if you want to. You just got to go ask the manager for a towel.
No, no towels. You got to get a shirt that looks like you're Robert Plant in 1968. That's what you really want to pull off. I don't.
I'm sorry. Like, This guy signed with the New England Patriots or he's with the Patriots. Does he know what the weather is going to be like there in about, I don't know, a month and a half, 2 months?
No, but I think this is more for me, the guy who always comes in wearing something crazy and like has a new hat or some shirt that has something crazy. And he's like, oh, no. This isn't like, guys, you're making a big deal. This is just kind of what I wear. Like, this is just kind of my style. And you're like, no, it's not. You're trying to get attention. You clearly need attention.
This is the most ridiculous thing this is on the level of Cam Newton with his dreadlocks poking through the cowboy hat on the top. This looks so ridiculous.
And like Matt Collins went shirtless and shoeless a lot in Buffalo last year. So he's fine with the cold. He is that kind of guy, just really, really committing to the bit. He's got to commit to the bit, Matt. That's what you got to do. Got to commit.
God bless him. Hopefully he doesn't get frostbite on his feet.
We got to get out of here. We'll be back tomorrow, get into more conversations, hopefully more good news out of Texas camp, and we'll continue on here. But until then, be kind, be safe, keep your underwear clean. We'll see you right back here tomorrow for more from Open.